Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another night of the CCS in our Platinum League. We have ourselves a wonderful matchup tonight. It is our Thursday upper bracket match, Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. I am Redacted, joined tonight by Sultan, my wonderful color caster. Sultan, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm good. Could have been better, but you know, just excited for the match. We have really great and competitive two teams, so it's
Yeah.
going to be a blast to cast here.
Absolutely a blasted cast. And for sure, I think you can kind of tell already where my loyalties kind of lie. I'm kind of, dripped out in the pink and whatnot. Got the hat on, got the fit, even got the kicks. So, no bias here. No bias here whatsoever. But we do have some wonderful stats to get into as we wait for our preparation for these teams. So let's just get right into it and talk about it, right? So here's our first graphic here about the average team stats per game. Sultan, do you want to break it down for me, please?
Well, as we can see, I think like the first thing that we look at is the KD. Like we see Dorado just gets more kills overall in the game and they die less. This means they're really good at team fighting, and I think their also roster really shines in split push as well. And when your team is just winning side lanes and not really losing all the team fights, your KD will more than likely be better than other teams. On the other hand, Glaive, I think they sometimes just not communicate that well during team fights. But when they're on their game, they're also like a really scary team when you're like you just need to be watching against those like I don't know what Panzer is playing, but if he's playing the GP, you gotta watch for those barrels or he's gonna get some kills. And we also see like the turrets also talk for themselves well. They just take a lot of turrets, Dorado overall in the game, right? So they're just really good all around at team fighting and playing overall on the map. And this kind of just shows on in their statistics as well. Like they finished their group with a really basically a clean record, 6-1. They only I think dropped a a series to Reigner Kings, and then ever since then I think they just have been playing really well.
Absolutely, Dorado Gaming Gamma. In terms of some of these stats here, in terms of their rift control, map control, the way they punish and accelerate their leads on the map, you can clearly see they are a very aggressive team. And once they have those leads, they tend to not let go. So Glaive will have to ensure their laning phase is very careful and they don't give over too much early, so that way they can shine where they need to. Moving on to our next graphic, our wonderful producer, King Mickey Mouse himself, Mr. Ludiolo. Appreciate that. So we have our second graphic here. Some more team stats. Sultan, go ahead and break it down for me, please.
Yeah, and although these are like really close in stats, their goal difference at 15, Glaive they play these champions mostly that really likes to get leads in their lanes. In top lane, Penzor, his champ pool are like mainly lane dominant champions. Totus hasn't played those, but I think just the gangplank when you're farming efficiently, that just gets a huge lead when you're playing. We've seen it before. Penzor playing against like tanks as Mordekaiser, than him having double the gold that the enemy team has. So I think overall they just are really good at creating early leads. But I think what Dorado Gamma really shines at is just team lines afterwards. Because although Glaive gets slightly bigger leads in the early game, we can see that in game time, Dorado actually like although it's only a minute, they finish their games earlier. This is also average of I think a couple of games. So like obviously the stats will get closer. The games are tend to finish a little bit later than in the comp games since it's 5v5s. People sometimes take it slower than usual. And again, we're seeing the deaths and kills per game. The kills are actually more in the favor for Glaive, but also the deaths. This means that they can get a lot of kills, but they can also like maybe sometimes fumble team fights where they give over a lot of deaths. So when we look at the overall game record, Gamma has looked cleaner. They tend to not like go all out from the start, but they know how to end these games with a win. So when you look at it, 16-2, 16-8, same amount of games, but more losses towards Glaive.
Absolutely, and these those total game records do include playoff wins and losses, by the way. So that's regular season and playoffs. So yeah, just like you said, Glaive definitely. They do find some more kills. They're a pretty good team fighting team, but of course, those deaths for sure can be punishing, despite how they get those kills. And sometimes, you might you might find yourself winning a critical objective, but then you can't take anything else off the map because it's just like you have your top laner left alive or your support or something. So they'll definitely have to manage and navigate their way around those team fights. But on the other hand, for Gamma, once again, basically what you said, Sultan, like their debt's super low, so they still can find a lot of kills, but they are a lot more methodical, more precise in their team fights. And that game time, once again, is pretty even, about 30 minutes. So this is gonna be a really, in my opinion, like accelerated game. It's gonna be really fast, I feel like, once we get out of the laning phase here. But you know, of course, we see our team stats and we see how they all act as a team. But what about the individual laners? Moving on to the top lane here, let's break that down of what our top lane matchup will look like. It's going to be Hasm against Panzora, which I know a lot of eyes are going to be on for because of both of those names, right? So Sultan, go ahead and break that down for me, please.
I think I've known these top laners, both of them, for some time
Hmm.
here, especially in different leagues, different orgs. But these two are really consistent performers on whatever team they're playing for. Their KDA stands out. They have decent, really good KDAs. CS per minute, slightly in favor of Phasm. But when you look at the solo kills, Penzor is sometimes taking the role of that solo carry on Glaive Esports roster. We've seen him just literally 1v9 games, or let's say not 1v9, but takeover games by himself when his team is also doing fine. The damage share is pretty close to each other. The death share, though, has him tends to die in the side lane a little more compared to Panzora, and KPs are also similar. So these are both really good top laners individually, and I think their playstyle kind of is similar in a sense that they both want to win their lane. Has him sometimes plays more towards that team fighting, or willing to give resources to maybe sometimes look for these team fights. But I still believe this will be a really close and really influential matchup in this series.
Absolutely. As I did cast last week's Gamma series against Goldfish Gaming and Hasm against Matt G. Once he found that lead, once he got that lead, it was just damn near impossible to stop him. He was constantly in the side lane. If you caught the podcast while it was live, he says it. He plays and he lives and dies by the side lane. So Glaive fans, if you're listening, and if you've done your research and your prep, I'm sure they are aware of that, and I hope they have an answer to that. Whether it's you try and shut him down quickly early in the early game, of course in the laning phase, or if you just look to punish the rest of Gamma across the map because we know where Hasm is gonna be. Moving on onto the jungle,
Yeah.
and it's Rare Candy against Flying Q Squirtle. I always thought it was Flying Squirtle, but it's Flying Q Squirtle, so I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah. I've actually had the chance to play with Skirtle previously when he was on Monster Mash with his current top laner Penzora, and his understanding of the game really like really high. He does, I think, a little bit more than what it shows on the game.
Hmm.
Um, he can call really good team fights, in my opinion. On the other hand, Rare Candy, don't know much about this individual player, but if you just look at the stats, his KDA is like really outstanding.
I thought that was a
Nine
fluke, by the
when
way. It's
Skirtle
a
was,
solid 9.
yeah, it's like it is really impressive because that just means you are able to be a part of these kills while you're not really dying. And that is like the most important when it comes to jungle. You being effective while not getting punished as often is, I think, one of the most important things when you look into jungles. CS per minutes around 6, which is like just average for most junglers. Gold per minute, again, really close to each other. Damage per minute, though, Skirtle, I think he tends to play more of these damage carry champions, I know his pool consists like champions like he can pull out Hecarim, he can pull out Kindred, he can pull out maybe some like just champions that can elevate his team, but also elevate himself at the same time. Um, Overall, I feel like Rare Candy should be able to like affect the map more since that's what we know about him. He gets involved in first bloods more, as we see on the stats. His KDA is more, so I'm assuming he's more of an early game to mid game ganker, just affecting these lanes, getting these leads for Gamma. And I feel like I don't really have a favorite in this matchup, but from what the stats shows, Rare Candy really helps Gamma to like really be that team fighting menace of a team. So I would I guess favor Rare Candy a little bit here.
Absolutely. And one other thing that I wanted to point out when I was writing up these stats or, filling them in from our page, our stats page, and I saw that first blood percentage, I was like, holy crap. And, comparing the two. So that just tells me that Rare Candy, 43% of the kills from Gamma, that first blood, he is a part of it or he gets it, right? So very dangerous jungler here, very punishing jungler who will look to punish his opponents on the Rift if they find themselves in a not so suitable situation here. But let's move on into our mid lane here. It's going to be, of course, OG Kush against the Epic Champion. And Sultan, go ahead and break that down for us, please.
I guess Kush has been like one of the I guess really important names in CCS plat this split. Um, I think he's a really consistent performer, and I think that's what you need from these mid lanes, especially in this meta where you just want them to be this reliable stone in the mid lane where your jungler he is able to help your jungler when he needs it, move to objectives, being able to take prio when you need to, and just overall showing good participation in these team fights, knowing when to use your abilities. And I think Kush has been just like really consistent with that. On the other hand, Epi, I see Epi as a little bit more of a coin flippy mid laner. He has his moments where you're gonna see this guy absolutely crushing some mid laners. And then he might have some games where he is just kind of underperforming from what you expect. I think it will kind of come down to a little bit of a kind of a coin toss for Epi, where like if he flips the coin right, he might be able to get some solo kills on the Kush, and if not, it might just be just him slowly just getting himself down the gutter. So, especially when you look Kush, his champ pool, really these solid mages in the mid lane, control mages specifically, Syndra, Victor, Vagar, like it's just really if they can play it safe, farm up and scale these champions are really scary when you look at them. Epi, I know he also is a big Syndra player from what I know of like my previous experience with him. Um I feel like Kush, I would favor him a little bit just because of his playstyle and how Gamma plays the game. But again, I don't think there's that big of a difference, especially if he can flip the right side of the coin.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these mid laners can be dangerous carry potentials for their teams. But speaking of dangerous carry potentials, the bot lane meta has resurfaced once again. ADC, those spicy and wonderful plays we get to see has become a thing once again. So let's move on and talk about it, right? It's going to be Carino. Some say one of the best ADCs in our league, over like the entire league, not just Thursday, against High Legacy. Sultan, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about the legacy of Felix Carino. Like he's like just a huge part of this team. When you look at it, damage share more than 27. That's what you want your ADC to be, just doing the most of the damage on your team, being more than a quarter of your team's damage. Especially when you have like these top, like Hazem is a top laner that plays to do damage. Crush also plays these control mages that dash a lot of damages in these team fights. So Karina being able to do this majority of this damage share just really speaks for him. And then also the CS per minute, probably one of the most important thing for an ADC because KDAs, you will get them, you will get some kills, you will get some participation in these team fights later on to the game in these mid-game team fights, but especially being able to keep up and like keep ahead of your counterpart in a game just by your CS, it just speaks a lot for the skill of an ADC. And I think Karina just does a really good job. This is not something to like just say, okay, high legacy is bad. He's also a really solid ADC, just slightly less stats compared to Karina, but that is also a little bit expected when you just said Karina is supposed to like just talk to be one of the best ADCs, if not the best in our league. So I think High Legacy still is solid ADC, not as like not your normal hard carry ADC. He's willing to play these champions like Ash, Jin, like more of the utility ADC where he's elevating his team in different ways, just using the crystal enchanted arrows, using Jin's abilities to kind of just be a menace in the team fight in other ways rather than dealing damage.
Yeah.
So it's just two different characters in the bot lane. So it will be interesting to see because we know like Panzera sometimes being the main carry for this team. And if High Legacy is doing his job as maybe a utility ADC, that's more than enough for Glaive, I think.
Absolutely. And these bot lane carries wouldn't be who they are without their awesome supports. And of course, let's just look at our last slide here before we get into draft. It's going to be 17 against Exernian. Exernian, captain for Glaive Bingus, also known for her draft prowess and pretty much the drafting coach for her team. So, Sultan, let's talk about these stats here, about these supports. And I mean, I don't know if support KD is a big thing, but when I saw that, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, and especially when you look into the champles of this, of like both of these players, I think it's also interesting to see they kind of play similar champions to each other. On the other hand, there are some picks that 17 can pull out. His most played is Pike, followed by Rakana and Thresh. And Pike, I don't know if he has been pulling it out a lot, but it's just a pick where if you're really proficient on the champion, really make use of the roaming, you can just win the game in the really early on because of your just overall impact on the map. Rakan, I know is one like probably the best champion that Exert has in her champion pool. Like I think everyone who's probably played against her banned it in most of their games. Just basically a lot of mastery points on the champion, but she's also able to play these enchanters too. So she has Rakan, she has Tarek, but again, a lot of enchanters in the champion pool as well. And to be honest, the fact that 17 has more KDA when you look at it compared to Exernian, when I'm pretty sure 17 sometimes pulls out more engaged champions because of his champion pool. It's really interesting. Also, the vision share, all of the other stats are pretty close to each other, to be honest. Almost like 1% difference in KP, the same vision share, and then KP also like only a 5% difference at 15.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, I do believe we are ready for a draft. So we will go ahead and transition into that. Really excited to see how this matchup goes. It's gonna be Dorado Gaming Gamma on the blue side, of course. Glaive Bingus on the red side. And yeah, we're just waiting for these teams to start up draft here so we can see how how this matchup is going to shape up to be. So I'm pretty excited and just ready for it. So yeah.
Mm.
So what are your thoughts so far? What do you think we'll see these teams banning out here besides obviously Exanians Rakan? Any other picks in the meta currently that are very not very terrifying essentially. Hecarim's risen up. I believe the Lee Sin buff is now in play, so we might see Lee Sin again.
Yeah. Especially after yesterday's um patch update. Hecarim, yes, still really strong. I think a lot of the junglers also have a lot of just practice on the champion just because of how often he gets into the meta. So it might just be a comfort pick for most junglers. But again, I feel like both of these junglers in this sense they don't play. I, I feel like they play different champions. When I think of Skirtle, I think more of maybe Trundle, maybe J4, Viego, and when we look at Rare Candy, like his Volibear, Wukong, again, like these champions are just really strong. So I wouldn't expect a Heckerman, especially after it being nerfed. But maybe an Ash ban, I feel like thrown into the way of high legacy would be good. Ash, I think, also got buffed or maybe it will get buffed, but it is still strong in the meta. It's just the CC overall, and she can dish out a lot of DPS if she's able to kite. Rakan might be a ban. I know some teams just don't ban it because it's not the hardest champion to play against. If you're maybe you play like Thresh, maybe you can play Leona. And I feel like the GP is a must ban. When we think about it,
And it is.
like
They've
how
already banned it. Bans
yeah.
coming in pretty quick here. GP, Nocturne, and Mordekaiser for Gamma. Ziggs, Hecarim, and Misfortune for Glaive Bingus. That means the Seraphine is open, Zeri is open, Yumi's open. A lot of these picks are open. Lee Sin. So Maokai, who's sort of risen in prominence here, and there it is, the Seraphine B1 hover, and it will be locked in for Dorado Gaming Gamma. And there it is once again. There's the Maokai. So Maokai Ash for Glaive Bingus here. Do we think this Maokai is going to go into the support role though, or will we see Panzer on it?
To be honest, although they're out of the league due to a comp ruling, I've seen PP Gaoshu play Maokai Jungle, and I was pretty impressed with it, to be honest. I don't
Hmm.
know if Skirtle has any experience with it, but it might even go to jungle. I'm just assuming it to be support. It is just overall strong. The saplings, although they got nerfed, it's still really tilting to play against. You cannot really face check these bushes really easily. They will answer with Ezreal, which is I think the most played champion for Carino,
Hmm.
but again, high legacy, getting that little less damage dealing ADC, but more utility when we look at the bigger picture, especially paired up with a Maokai, it might create a lot of problems in these team fights. Hasm's Camille also comes to just a comfort pick, and they already banned some champions that Camille might have some hard time early on into the laning phase before she really gets to scale into that 1k 2 damage Cho'Gath R on the Q thing. So they're just I see it as just Dorado looking for more comfort and just more prio in these champions. Seraphine pairs up well with most champions in this game is like Camille goes in and then the Encore follows through. They can also flex it between support and mid, and I think Kush's playstyle also fits like the Seraphine mid lane. So I think overall this is a good draft for both sides coming through. Also the Aatrox, I guess.
Yeah, pretty good draft so far for both sides. Seraphine, Ezreal, and Camille for Dorado Gaming Gamma, Maokai, Ash, and Aatrox for Glaive Bingus. Once again, typically when I see Ezreal pick, that just screams to me, Carino, hey, be cool. You're on an island. We'll see you in like 20 plus minutes. It could be an Ezreal mid. I'm not too sure if OG Kush plays that. We have heard of the tech and seen it. Not to say that it can't be done, but I'm pretty confident that's a Ezreal Seraphine bot lane for Carino and 17 here. As we look at our second rounds of bans here, Silas being banned for Dorado Gamma with the Volibear ban as well from Glaive Bing is now awaiting the second bans here. Curious is if they'll ban another jungler or if they'll look to ban a mid laner.
No, I feel like they can look to ban another mid laner. In this situation, I feel like you want to pair up Ezreal with more
Getting another
roaming
jungler
type
actually
supports.
for
Yeah,
Bingus here, Diana.
yeah. I feel like you want to pair Ezreal with more roaming type supports rather than Seraphine. Yes, Seraphine can roam, but she can also get picked and kind of die really easily while roaming if 17 is not be careful. But knowing that 17 can also pull out picks like Pipe, I feel like if you want to go for it, I think you just go maybe like a hook champion where you can like force dive his top side because Aatrox versus Camille matchup is Aatrox
The
favorite,
Sivir
and
ban though, there, Sultan. So are they thinking that the Maokai is going top or jungle and that Ash could be a support?
maybe I'm not really sure. I don't think Xernean really plays as support. Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
that's a very interesting ban here. If you banning Sivir, that
Maybe.
tells me
Uh,
that you don't think that they have chosen their actual AD.
yeah, it is a really interesting ban. Glaive ends up picking the victor. Actually, from what Gamma is showing, they might just look to send a second bot lane. Um, and yeah, the thought Glaive actually has like a favorable like top lane pick. Their bot lane is super safe. I feel like it would be really hard to kill an Ashe Maokai in 2v2 as Ezreal Seraphine. And then you just have a solid mid laner with like Victor. You're just there to kind of pick up these waves, just scale, get your stacking going on, get your abilities upgraded, and eventually be a menace in the team fight. On the other hand, Azir, same thing, kind of just like not really pressuring for 1v1 kills, but rather just clearing waves until you hit your like 2, 3 item power spikes. I can see what Gamma just rounds out their team comp with
Yeah,
because like right now, okay.
Zhao, okay. So yeah, that will be a Seraphine support as real in the bot lane, of course, Xin Zhao in the jungle, with Camille and Azir in the mid lane, unless they decide to make it fancy and do something very different. But that should be the matchup here. But I mean, Camille Mild is a thing, but more than likely that Camille is going into the hands of Hazem there, who is quite the menace on the champion. So we now await Glaive Bingus' last pick here, and they're hovering the Kindred, and that should be a Kindred locked in here for Flying Squirtle. So quite an aggressive jungle pick here. So that means he's definitely going to need the help of his mid laner and top laner when he wants to look for those marks on the other side of the jungle. At least whether he goes to look for it by himself or if he needs their assistance here. So
Yeah.
quite an interesting pick.
I
And
feel like oh you can say it.
yeah, no, that's all I was gonna say. Sorry.
No. I was gonna say I feel like the Kindred really rounds up their draft good, but there's also the problem of like they might not get as much value out of the Kindred
Sultan, I'm
ultimate
gonna
as they
interrupt
would
you real
want
quick.
to.
You need to move to spectate.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I did have chat on in the Solavi. My bad. But
You're good.
yeah, I feel like the Kindred ultimate, like, especially against champions like Zhao, like Azir, where it's super easy for them to just push you out of the ultimate, you're not gonna have that much value. But I think Kindred in general as a champion fits decently well in this team comp where they have a lot of pick potential in the bot lane for this Kindred to just get fed early on and then just like um be have a faster early game where he just gets accelerated and then just becomes a menace in the mid game. Same with top, he has the favorable matchup, so but top side 2v2s will probably be favored for the side of Glaive. The only thing I'm not sure about is the mid lane matchup where if Epi is not placing himself good in the lane, he will be like under pressure of Zinzao ganking. Camille can roam from top side, and once the Hexic Ultimatum comes on top, you're basically dead. So I think other than mid, Glaive should have favorable matchups, especially counting the jungle in. But knowing how Gamma just shines in these team fights, if they're going even until we hit mid game, or like they're just following behind like not being too far down, I feel like they will be more than fine, especially in the mid game team fights.
Absolutely. And Glaive with the Ash as the ADC for High Legacy, they have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They have the Maokai, the roots there to they have a lot of lockdown essentially between just the bot lane alone. And then of course they have a lot of disrupt with the Victor and the Aatrox sweet spot Qs that would come out. And then lastly, Kindred to be that emergency life support in case the team fight goes wrong, if you need to escape or just get out of a very sticky situation. But on the other hand, for Gamma here, it looks like a lot of their composition screams to me split push once again. We know Hasm, he said it before, he'll say it again, lives and dies in the side lane. We'll look to see this Camille here for sure try to pressure as much of the side lane as possible and just create that much more pressure points on the map for Glaive Bingus here, who will then, of course, be stuck between two hard decisions. Do we send multiple people to go deal with Camille in the side lane if our Aatrox gets behind or can't deal with her? Or do we choose to force on the map elsewhere and cut our losses? It'll be very exciting, and I'm very excited to see how this match up is going to go. Sultan, who do you think is going to take game one?
Game one. I think I'll use my vote towards Glaive for game one.
Okay.
Are we doing like a series prediction as well, or?
Yeah, you can just give me serious predictions now, but of course, you can always change it. But yeah, give me a serious prediction.
Oh, I'm not changing. I'm not
Oh,
flipping. I'm not like if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's fine.
okay.
I'll just go with 3-1 for Glaive.
Okay. Wow. That's a very bold prediction. I did not expect you to come through with that. I'm not gonna lie. I think on my bracket I said 3-2 for Glaive. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's what my bracket said. Somebody would check and probably call me out on it. But yeah, so we'll have to see if that will come through. But this draft is quite interesting, quite exciting, and it's a very unique draft, especially on the side of Glaive Bingus. I would say Gamma's is a bit more standard. But if you ever have questions about someone's draft or how a draft could be better, there's a wonderful tool we have at the CCS. It's called Pro Comps, and it's the first of its kind drafting tool, and it's aimed for competitive and solo queue play, yo. So check it out. This is what it does. It gives you live feedback and analysis on drafting. It gives you recommendations on picks, notes on your matchups, and analysis on your enemy team's win conditions. Excuse me. Use the code CCS for 50% off on your first 3 months. Once again, CCS for 50% off on your first 3 months. It is called Pro Comps. And with that being said, we will cut to a short break as we prepare for game one, Dorado Gaming Gamma against Glaive Bingus. We'll be right back.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome back, everyone, as we are here for game one of our 5-game series in our Platinum Playoffs Thursday conference for the CCS. It is Dorado Gaming Gamma on the blue side and Glaive Bingus on the red. And we have a pause.
Right, because we
Wonderful.
hopped in.
Looks like Glaive Bingus's Jumbo needs to adjust something. I don't know what the something is, but it needs to be adjusted. Hopefully it gets adjusted quickly as we await the resumption of this game here. But currently Glaive, uh 5-man stacking here, of course, in this bush. So Sultan, that makes me very curious. Is they're gonna look to punish Hazem as he walks up into lane? And once again, you already put Hazem behind if you get that kill on him, right? You do not want this top laner getting accelerated on this Camille, and you want to try and help out Panzora as much as possible to ensure he has a pretty good laning phase without any interruptions.
Yeah, man. Like there isn't really a flash from him to burn for, so if he gets caught, I think he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, he would have to start E, which really is not like what you want to start the lane with.
Yeah.
Um, if they kill him, I think it would be pretty huge because I think anyone on the Glaive squad would really benefit from the kill. We also, when we look at the summoner spells, we see High Legacy running the Ghost. So that means he is going to be able to like just create a lot of space in these team fights, especially when there's a Seraphine and Seraphine in the back line and then Camille Zenzel jumping on top of you. I think it will be really impactful, especially when it comes down to it.
Absolutely, as we are awaiting the secondary spectator delay. But yeah, it turns out they weren't looking for a kill on Haslam. They were just wanting to get some vision on where the jungler Rare Candy might potentially start. Once they did that, everyone just retreats and goes back to their respective lanes. And Rare Candy doing the same, expending his ward in the blue buff of the Glaive Bingus side just to reciprocate their generosity. So both junglers here will be starting on the bottom side of the rift and will path toward their top side, more than likely either contesting over that scuttle or looking to gank their respective top laners' lanes. Sultan, my question for you as well is, I always do this with my color casters, the summoner spells and runes. You briefly talked about Hazem's, but what about anyone else's? Victor
Yeah,
running Airy here.
Yeah, I think like he should be able to make use of the area pretty often as long as he has his E. Although Kush also running the area as well, they're just gonna be like just looking to poke each other a little bit extra with the area procs. Has him running the grasp, like that's what I think is better for the matchup. Just small trades, going in, popping the grasp proc with your Q, and then just kind of disengaging from the trade because the extended trades more than likely always being in favor of the Aatrox when he's won the conquer, his sustain on the champion is absolutely amazing, and a lot of us probably either experienced it in comp or solo queue. So, especially in a matchup where you're not favored into Aatrox, I think it's a really smart idea to just have that grasp going on. Also, really good early trading from Hazem. Panzora kind of going down in HP in these trades. But he has a favorable wave state for him. It's slowly pushing into him with both junglers kind of pathing towards that. He's going to be a little bit safer when that Zinzao shows up. We see Kindred just finishing the Raptors and Rare Candy already on the map. He might look for a gank mid, maybe an invade possibly. But we will see in a second.
Yes, both of those mid laners trading their health bars to try and gain an advantage in the lane there. We see Flying Squirtle able to get the red buff without any contest from Rare Candy. Rare Candy working on that scuttle, and it is the mark as well. So no mark for Flying Squirtle here, but he is currently waiting in the bushes here as Haslam has pushed forward quite a bit. He will find the slow, but will not be able to gets the proc, but will not find anything further as Haslam is able to get out safely.
Yeah, man. when we look at the spot lane, we talked, I think in pregame, I was talking about the pick potential that might come through eventually for this bot lane. But early game, you're just going to be hard poked by the Seraphine Ezreal.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't much you can do. Like, Maokai is just really heavy commit to these engages if he wants to go for them, especially early on when he's much squishier than your mid game tank Maokai. And especially with the initial poke that they received in this lane, it's just probably just going to be that much harder for them to really look for anything. Um, Rare Candy, really good recognition of like the champion that he's playing, as he knows these scuttles will be free marks for Scuttle if he can get his hands on them. So the fact that he went for a 3 camp clear into just both Scuttle Crabs to make sure Scuttle's not getting any early marks, just really smart overall. And we see some small CS leads building up in both of almost all lanes, but Panzer needs to be careful.
Exactly, Panzer needs to be careful. Is he trying to find the retribution kill into Haslam here, but will not be able to. Haslam glides out of the way in first blood, given over to Rare Candy. There's that 48-49% first blood percentage that we briefly talked about on our stat sheet in the pre-show. So Rare Candy with the kill on the board.
Yeah, and really clutch knockup coming up from Rare Candy there. Panzer was 102 attack away, and as soon as he was almost able to cast attack, the knockup comes from Rare Candy and they finish the kill off. Rare Candy gets the kill, so he will be able to affect the map maybe even more efficiently with this kill pickup. And they do burn both summoners from Hazem and Panzer. So there's no summoners left in the top side. This will leave both of them pretty vulnerable to ganks moving on. Hazem obviously has the Sheen now, will be stronger in these short trades, but Panzer also sitting on the pickaxe, dishing a lot of damage with those sweet spots on the kill.
Absolutely, as Panzora looking to shove these minions in, bullying Haslam. Just, you wouldn't think that this guy just died in lane about 2 minutes ago, as he is playing very aggressively, but of course trying to shove those minions in so that way Haslam cannot set up a freeze and make that such a very difficult lane for Panzora to work his way through. As we now see Flying Q Squirtle, or Flying Squirtle, and there is another pause actually, as our jungler for Flying Q Squirtle
Has
had
left the
to
game.
had to restart their router, having some internet issues with the ping. I'm just gonna read this out as well because I thought it was pretty funny. Sultan, they were roasting you. They said you were probably slowing it down because because you also having internet issues.
Well, it is true. My dorm's internet has gone out, so I've been suffering from that. I can understand Skirtle in that sense. Just into the providers these days, right? But let's go back on the game.
Yeah.
Obviously, there isn't much to talk about right now. It's just pretty slow early game, I would say, other than that first gank topside. Just that's what we expect from Mary Candy, just being able to just elevate his team in the early game, just getting these ganks off, getting these KPs, and just setting his team up for those like mid-game objective team fights. And to be honest, overall on the map, they're also ahead in CS, almost a full wave worth of CS lead in the bot lane. Same with mid, top, just a really small CS lead. And while he went for the gank top side, he also didn't really lose a lot on the camps. He's only 1 CS down in the jungle. So just good for him, especially a really good start into this early game. That's exactly what Dorado needs from their jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. Dorado, Rare Candy being that very aggressive jungler. He, some would say, is the engine that gets this team started, as we have seen already with that first blood kill obtained on Panzora in the top lane here. But currently looking at our current map state, just like we do have an Ocean Soul on the board here, and of course, Glaive Bingus does have priority in the lane here, but we do see Rare Candy pathing his way towards that, probably waiting for that red buff to come up, and then might look for a gank onto High Legacy and Exernian here, but unsure of what his thought process will be at this time, as we are still awaiting for this resumption here of our game. Looks like this router is still taking its time to restart.
Yeah.
Sultan, so I guess one last question for you. Unless if we need to cut to a short break here as we're waiting for this team to resume, is what do you think for both teams they would, or who, actually, let me ask you this. Who's gonna get which objective first and which neutral objective?
I feel like although they were able to get a kill onto Panzer, I feel like he's still favored, especially in a 1v1 situation. I would still favor Aatrox over Camille. The item difference, it is not too big to a point where like Aatrox is just like not able to show up to these 2v2s. Especially if it's a 2v2, I still think Glaive will have some favor in this matchup. I would assume they are the ones who would like prioritize the Herald, get some gold onto Panzora, and then help him to really just crush this matchup in the side lane. On the other hand, Rare Candy, he can go for these early dragons, especially with his bot lane's ability to take prio in lane, just push it out and then poke the enemy bot lane out of the lane. That means you're gonna have a lot of time to just create some time to pick up these early dragons and get the dragon stacking going. Because as we said it multiple times, this team really shines in mid-game team fights. So if you can force enemy team to come into you because you will be stacking dragons, they want to stop your soul stacking, then you're forcing them into team fights that maybe they don't want to because they want maybe more items on this Kindred or Victor. Then you're forcing the enemy team to come out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good analysis there, Sultan, as we are still awaiting this pause to resume here. So in the meantime, for our viewers at home, we do apologize for the delay, but we're just going to cut to a short break as we wait for this game to resume here. So that way we are not just staring at a pause screen. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere as we wait for this pause to conclude. Oh, we are live as the pause should be concluding here pretty soon. Both teams are giving our chats in the game here, so just waiting for, of course, the game to resume here, and there it is. We're back. Of course, we're going to have our wonderful spec delay, probably, maybe, we'll see if a small indie company will decide to troll us. So we'll just wait and find out here. So yeah, both champions do have their ultimates now in the top lane here, Panzora and Hazem. So we'll look to see how that match will play out, that skirmish there. As we see Dog Gamma, of course, there it is. Just a brief one. Dog Gamma working on the Ocean Drake here, so they will get the first Drake as we see Flying Squirtle in the blue side jungle of Gamma working on that Gromp. Might look for a top lane gank here in just a bit, but Panzora has been shoving in this lane pretty much the entire game so far, so trying to pressure Hazem as much as possible.
Yeah, and I guess as soon as we talked about it, it kind of happened. Like Dorado getting the prio in mid, getting the prio in bot, and then just looking for the early dragon. On the other hand, Panzora just skirmishing with Hazem, making sure he cannot move out of the lane. Also having a bit of the wave pressure
so that moving on, Skirtle will be able to look for the Herald eventually. And we see Maokai also roaming towards here. Exernian looking for a roam, and it's 20 seconds to Herald Timer. So if they can get a kill onto Hazem here, it's going to be really huge for them.
Oh no! And I think Exernian showed herself. I'm pretty sure. I swear
They
Hasm
knew
saw
they were
her.
coming.
Yeah, I swear he saw her because now look at that. Look at the rotation here. We might have ourselves a Fiesta in the top lane, and they choose to go for it. Shane's Exernian using these stun there to root Hasm into place, but Hasm was able to escape. Rare Candy slays Panzora. Again, the knockup as well. Flying Squirtle will have to flash away, and the spectator pauses on me. Double kill though for Rare Candy. High Legacy and Carino flashes forward and gets the kill in the bot lane. We have kills all over the map. It is a 3-for-1 in favor of Dog Gamma.
I'm not sure. Isn't Flying Skirtle level 6? I think he was during this whole fight, and he
Here's our
just
replay.
decided, yeah, and he just decided not to use the ultimate. It's good initiation at the beginning, but just a double shield coming from 17 makes sure Hazem doesn't go down, and then Penzor just gets chunked a little too much for him to be able to tank, and then just Rare Candy and 17 just catching up just in time to be able to pick up those 2 kills. And those 2 kills, both of them going over to Rare Candy again. And that Xin Zhao is just looking scary.
Absolutely. Zinzao 3-0-0, 300 gold bounty at this time. It is now about a 3k gold bounty in favor of Dog Gamma. Okay, 2k if we want to do some real math here. As Hazem and Panzora, once again, Panzora, you just would not think that this guy has given over 2 kills the way he just keeps playing so aggressively into Hazem here. I hope it does not come back to bite him a 3rd time. Like Sotu, okay, never mind. That was a lot of damage there. Oh, sweet spot. The chains do land. Hazem is able to escape as the beat drop goes wide from 17 here in the bot lane. Ultimates are online though for both bot laners, so we could expect to see some AoE come out from Exernian High Legacy, but not at this time. Carino using the True Shot Barrage to just harass and chunk down High Legacy a little bit, but he'll be able to top it off with the health pots there.
Yeah, and ultimates are available to these top laners again, so if they wanna look for another trade to just a 1v1, they can look for it. In the bot lane, we saw High Legacy also get killed during that top lane play was happening, and it was really close, but Karina does end up getting the kill already as the CS lead, and the solo kill will make him
Flying
that much
Squirtle
stronger.
has found Rare Candy as the beat drop encore combo connect. 17 will slay the AD carry for Glaive, Bingus. Exernian on the retreat. Dog Gamma getting Shelly. Wait, Flying Squirtle looking to contest. Panzora is here. Epic Champion is here. The chains connect. Panzora finally gets the shutdown on Rare Candy. That's a lot of gold in his pocket. The Lamb's Respite does connect. Flying Squirtle was able to live. Epic Champion was pushed out. But to Dog OG Cush's avail, he just gifts over his top laner in a handbasket to the Glaive Bingus side. Glaive gets 2.
Yeah, and one of the kills were actually the huge shutdown on Rare Candy, and that kill going over to Panzora. We saw this guy already just crushing the matchup, even with his 0-2 score. So, but now with the shutdown, I think he might get really close to finishing Gold Drinker.
But
yeah, he's probably off
I don't even know if
200
that matters at this time, as Rare Candy and Hazem already have their mythics online. Stride Breaker for Rare Candy, Hazem with the Divine Sunderer there, so
I would normally say Divine Sunder, yes, probably the biggest power spike Camille hits. But once, Aatrox is a champion that can just heal out of that damage. Especially after the Gold Drinker. Right now, hasn't should be hard.
Panzora.
Yeah.
Panzora with
Uh-oh.
the Spike Whip as well as the Maokai ultimate being here launched. Laters grab the Ignite, comes out from Hasm, but Xernean and Panzora take down the top laner of Dog Gamma once again. The kill scores have now been flipped 2-2-1 for Panzora, 0-2-3 for Hasm. Wow.
Yeah. And I feel like Hazen should have just respected this play. Like, you know that your team is looking for a bot side play with the Dragon takes. The enemy team should be looking for something to get back. And just good recognition from Exernian, just good roam timer in general. And this will hurt Hazen a lot. He used TP used previously before coming to lane. But this time he doesn't have the TP. He's losing waves in top, losing HP, and already died again. And now Panther finishing the Gold Drinker. He'll be much tankier in this 1v1. And it will just get hard for Hazen until he has maybe a few more items in his pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. A few more items in his pocket as Flying Squirtle and Xernean using their numbers advantage currently on this top side of the map here, getting a lot of vision down on the map. If you take a look at the vision currently that Glaive Bingus has, that top side of the map is a light bulb, ensuring that Panzora can be as aggressive as he wants without worrying about Rare Candy or OG Kush looking for a gank. So they've definitely invested a lot of resources into their top laner on the Glaive Bingus side. And Dog Gamma said, you know what? Okay, that's fine. You want to do that? Well, we are going to invest elsewhere. We're going to get some money onto myself, the jungler, and our mid laner Azir here, Mr. OG Kush, as the chains launch and connect once again. Panzora able to drag Hasm back into the ring with him and will be able to launch those sweet spot Qs. Hasm would have to hookshot away for the time being, but at this time, no other oh no, it looks like we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a skirmish here. War Ender launch. Oh, that's a lot of damage from Hasm there, who was able to chunk out Panzora quite a bit, and they will be able to get the kill underneath his turret. Hasm and Rare Candy get it out, and the tent emote for the BM on top of it to put that extra cherry on top.
Yeah, for a second, I thought Panzora might have lived, but Hasm's second Q plus Divine Sun there, doing a lot of burst damage onto the Sage Arc that doesn't really have any HP bar currently to really tank that damage. They will trade it top tier 1 for this mid tier 1. I would say it's a better trade for Glaive, but I want to just kind of point out Karino has been just getting just flooded with gold. Got a solo kill in the bot lane, has a huge CS lead, and then he also took bot tier 1, now taking top lane tier turret as well. So that is real. Yes, maybe the KD doesn't look as like the best in the game. Probably Rare Candy looks a little bit better in that sense.
Panzora needs to be very careful, and he walks into the Encore actually, and at the 2v1, Gamma slays Panzora. That was quite an unfortunate series of events for the top laner of Glaive Bingus there. As Ezreal, now 2-0-1 and 200 gold bounty.
Yep, 2 items in. He is just super ahead compared to anyone in this game. Like, even compared to Rare Candy, who has 4 kills to his name. It's just the CS lead, the turret gold, the kills, they all pile up, and Karino, probably one of his best champions, looking really strong. I don't know how like Glaive Bingus can contest these dragons. It's a Infernal Soul, I think, right? It is an Infernal Soul.
It is an Infernal Soul, correct. As they are looking for the gank onto OG Kush here. Flying Squirtle in range. The Wolves domain was launched there, but to no avail. Was not able to launch that Mounting Dread to get the slow. So Glaive Bingus will retreat for the time, and Kindred mark watch at this time. Kindred does currently have 3 marks, so has not hit that six mark breakpoint just yet, and we know how critical marks are for that champion. As Panzora and Hasm find each other in the side lane once again, the Ignite has been launched. Panzora will have to flash away as Hasm did have backup here from his support 17. Inferno Drake spawning in 45.
And these are the places where Glaive will really have.
Disconnect as Flying Squirtle will launch the Dread onto 17 here, trying to chunk out the Seraphine. Will not be able to. Oh, the champion flashes forward and gets the kill. High Legacy in the backline though, as Rare Candy will take down the AD carry of Glaive Bingus, and now Glaive Bingus are fighting on two fronts. Has them in their backline. Rare Candy running away. Panzora fighting with the Ezreal here will go down though. Rare Candy and the rest of Glaive Bingus trying to do the best they can, but it's gonna be an ace for Gamma. No, not actually. Yes, it will be an ace for Gamma. Carino is going to clean up Xernean here. No, Xernean flashes away and gets out. Oh man. So a near ace for Dog Gamma, and they get the Inferno Drake, but Glaive Bingus lose 4.
Yeah, and during that time, Crush was nowhere to be seen. I don't know what he was doing. He had TP as well. He comes here. They're gonna able to pick up the dragon. I think that fight was way too close for the amount of gold that they had. Glaive played it as good as they could, but Carino just solo killing Aatrox on the side there, and Rare Candy actually barely killing Skirtle before he shuts him down. And just with that, Dorado Gaming now on Soul Point picked up more kills onto this Ezreal and Zenzel, and those two are just looking to carry this game to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Rare Candy and Carino so far ahead, so much gold on these champions. If our wonderful producer Ludi could just go ahead and flip it over to the gold so we can take a look at how much money bags these guys have in their wallet so far. And you know, just looking at that Sultan, it is about almost 75k on Rare Candy here, with Carino almost 9k in his pockets, compares to about the 5.5k on High Legacy here. So lots of gold, but once again, that potential for Glaive Bingus is still there. If they can find these shutdowns, they can get this gold into their pocket, and of course try and equalize some of the team gold difference between these two organizations at this time. I guess Ludi is trolling us because he did not switch over to gold. So sorry, y'all. I just read it out for you though. Kindred mark check as well. Kindred on 4 marks once again. So really behind. This champion has not been as effective, especially in the marks department, as she could be. So Flying Squirtle really needs to try and find some way to hit that 6 mark breakpoint there.
Yeah, I think 4 is like almost enough for the early game. You get your range advantage. Obviously, I think you just want as much marks as possible. The fact that he missed the first mark, and then just probably picked up most of the marks in these small skirmishy team fights. What I want to look at for Glaive right now is this Victor. He has the highest CS in the game with Carino, farming well, 2 kills to his name as well. And if he can get strong enough, he will be able to pop this Ezreal. Because once he finishes Shadow Flame, the shields will not be as big of a deal as they are right now. And once he is melting through Seraphine and Ezreal, the rest of Glaive can deal with Rare Candy, as long as he is strong enough to make impact in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. As Panzora World Ender launch gets the chunks on Hasm there, Flying Squirtle on the flank as well. Wolf's Frenzy launch, but will not be able to find anything else. He will just go ahead and dash away. Hasm able to retreat, was going to recall, opted to change his mind, clean up those minions that are progressing towards his turret, so that way, of course, he can start putting pressure back on the top side of the map. And Glaive Bingus here are just currently at this time, they're just losing so much of the map. Look at where Gamma is, and it's only 21 minutes into the game. Look at how far they've encroached onto Glaive Bingus' side of the rift here, Sultan.
Yeah, man. There's only 1.5 minutes left to the break point of this game. Probably the Infernal Soul will be available for Dorado Gaming to be picked up. And once they have that, this Ezreal will be scarier than he is right now. And they just keep on looking for this play in the side lane, but like Camille is pretty safe if you don't have like a flank coming from the Maokai to really stop her from running away. And every time they look for these flicks, it means Karina
is safe to farm mid lane, farm enemy team's jungle, and he's just getting that much further ahead by the minute. He hasn't reset in a while. I'm pretty sure he has the grudge on back, and once he has Heraldus as well before this dragon fight, it will this Israel will be really scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorelda's grudge being a item breakpoint for Carino here. That's slow as well, ensuring that members on Glaive Bingus cannot escape as easily. But you know, Sultan, you did point it out. I don't know why they haven't used High Legacy's Enchanted Crystal Arrow a bit more. It's a pretty low cooldown on that ultimate once you've hit level 2. I mean, granted, you won't want to use it now because the Infernal Drake is spawning, but I feel like at the time when they were looking for that gank onto Hasm there, they could have potentially used the arrow to, you know, lock Hasm into place, and then it would have been back up again in time for this Inferno fight here, as Gamma now have forced Glaive Bingus into a very hard decision. Will you let Shirley take your tier 2 turret, or will you contest this Inferno Drake? And the answer is the Drake, as the Encore connects the Nature's Grasp, but the Emperor's Divide does not push them out of the Lamb's Respite, so Glaive does get to live a bit longer. High Legacy doing the best he can in the backline, as Rare Candy is looking to take down the AD carry of Glaive Bingus, and High Legacy will go down. Rare Candy still alive, and the rest of Gamma is still alive. That is a near ace once again for Gamma, and they're looking to end the game already. Glaive Bingus, is this the end of game 1 for them already? Will we get a Dancing Herald? Oh, probably not. It's only got 123 HP left.
No,
Champ is here, so he just has to clear out these minions. Gamma, will they look for the end though? Not at this time. They're going to retreat. They do not want to bite off more than they can chew. They know the end is within sight, though. They can feel it within their grasp. And they got the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and a really good encore in that team fight from 17. Probably when it looked, especially in the beginning, the ultimate coming from Maokai to make sure Rare Kenny doesn't get into the pit. It's a good force for the team fight coming from 17. Landing onto 4 members of Glaive, if I didn't see wrong. And like after you get hit by that, you're forced to use the ultimate from the Kindred. And Emperor's Divide, yes, it wasn't able to push them off, but it split the team fight. And the healing is, you heal, basically everyone heals in Kindred's ultimate. So the HP bars from Dada Gamma also rose up a little bit after that. And the shielding and healing eventually coming through, they just went out in the team fight. Also counting in Karina's damage over time with his Qs.
Absolutely, Carino's damage. OG Kush, you know, no kills, only 2 assists right now, but has found great Emperor's Divide to, of course, shuffle up and push out some of these Glaive Bingus members into the waiting clutches of his Gamma brethren there for them to devour. And Rare Candy, no fear on the Zinzao. He dives right into the back line, using that ultimate there to ensure that he can nullify as much damage as possible. The Crescent Guard. Oh my goodness, Carino! As the True Shot Barrage comes out, Flying Squirtle will have to use that Lamb's Respite to ensure he does not go down. Nature's Grasp as well to stop the chase from Gamma there, as well as the Gravity Well. So much CC from Glaive Bingus, but to retreat, not to engage. And now with this Baron here, Gamma applying pressure in the mid lane as well as the top lane. They're looking for this top tier turret next, as well as the inhibitor.
Yeah, and like right now, it's just the damage difference coming from both of these teams. The Infernal Soul plus, when you look at Karino, he's almost 3.5 items, and when you look at High Legacy, it's only 1.5, and that says a lot. This Ezreal has been just working wonders for Dorado, and this is just such a hard, I would just call it a hard stomp for game 1.
Absolutely. The arrow goes wide, but Rare Candy goes in. They get the shutdown though. The Encore goes wide, but their health bars are chunked so low. Panzora, Flying Squirtle, and High Legacy. Xernean now on the retreat, and Panzora and Xernean are already down. Hasm and Carino find the kills. Carino is dominating 6-0-6 on this Ezreal. That is such a damaging performance he has put on display for us today. High Legacy and Squirtle trying to clear out these minions as quickly as they can, but it will not be enough. Game 1 is gonna go over to Dorado Gaming Gamma here as they look to pick up some more kills. Carino, godlike on the Rift.
Yeah, and just really good performance. I think overall everyone on Gamma played exceptionally. Even has them in the sideline in a unfavorable matchup, just surviving and just going in, setting up these games for Rare Candy when he has to, and just being successful in that. Rare Candy just really efficient with his packing, with his map play, getting kills, getting his team ahead, and Carino starting with the solo kill on the bot side. We talked about that the CS lead can mean a lot, and he was a lot of CS. He was up a lot of CS compared to High Legacy, and eventually just in mid game in a normal Ezreal fashion. When you're not behind in mid game with Ezreal, you're just probably one of the strongest ADCs. Two and a half items. This champion just is just so strong. So just
Absolutely.
overall really good play. And even 17, like just the roam top side, especially for the early 3v3 around that 10-minute mark, and then the encore in the Infernal Soul fight, just really solid performances from everyone. I guess Kush was just we didn't see him do much, but again, he didn't end. He farmed his lane, scaled up, and just like helped his team in these team fights.
Absolutely, a very dominating performance from Gamma here, Dorado Gaming Gamma, and a wonderful, of course, like I said, Rare Candy is that engine that gets the car going for Gamma here, finding those kills, finding those first bloods, and then allowing the rest of his team to accelerate him and push him. I mean, Rare Candy and Carino basically were of course, they had the most kills, but Rare Candy was the engine for the team that got them going, and his team was then able to accelerate that lead and push their advantages very, very aggressively and just very well coordinated as well from Dorado Gaming Gamma here. So we'll look to see how Glaive Bingus will respond here, but we're going to cut to a short break as we prepare for game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, and we are here live preparation. Words are hard for game 2. It is Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Glaive Bingus has elected to be on the blue side this time around. Loser does get side selection, as we are now hot into picks and bans here, and they will ban the Zillion first for Glaive Bingus. We'll see how Dorado Gaming Gamma will respond. And there's the GP ban. They say Panzora, no GP for you.
Yep. Ziggs, I'm not. I guess it's for Kush.
OG Kush plays it a lot, as well as Carino. They flex it. Yeah, they flex it.
Yeah, it's been. I don't know if it's still like really a really good pick in the bot lane, but we saw them play a really like oppressive poke style in the bot lane game one. So Ziggs can still deliver that. The GP, obviously Penzor got it, I think 5 games in a row last series against ID, and he like Glaive won that series. So I guess that would be the reason to ban it. Is it's also his most played Nocturne as well. Really strong champion, especially when you pair it up with champions that can follow it up. It is just super strong. Um, the Camille ban coming through this time from Glaive, I think it created some problems, especially in the top side, because Camille is not that easy to gank when we really look at it. So we will be seeing what Glaive chooses to pick for P1, and before that, we also see the Hecarim ban come through. Just a strong jungler in general.
Absolutely. Hecarim having risen in prominence once again into the meta, and Flying Squirtle definitely has familiarity with that champion. They also banned his Nocturne as well. Flying Squirtle has been quite.
Ooh.
Ooh, excuse me, has been quite the Nocturne aficionado, knows that champion well. I'm very shocked that Glaive gave over the B1 Seraphine and lock in the Misfortune here, but so they obviously have a lot more priority and want to play and give High Legacy a strong AD carry here, locking in that Misfortune first. So Dog Gamma say, thank you very much, don't mind if I do, and go ahead and lock in Seraphine and the Olaf here. So I'm already predicting that they were predicting that, oh, okay, you B1 Misfortune. Well, that means you're probably also considering a Renata. So we're gonna draft a champion that can just go right through her ultimate and nullifies it. So go ahead, pick the Renata. So a little bit of mind games here in our drafts, but who knows? I could be wrong. But those are our first 2 picks here, or first 2 picks from Dog Gamma, as the Trundle now locked in here for Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, and MF I think was banned last game, if I'm not wrong, from Carino. It is one of the stronger champions in the meta. You can go on hit, you can go
MF
lethality.
Braum.
There's a bunch of waves. The Braum is
Whoa.
basically just to counter the Seraphine ultimate. I like
Seraph
the answer.
Xernean on
People,
Braum. Wow.
yeah. And well, I think the one problem with the Braum pick here is that Braum, yes, it does do really well into the Seraphine ultimate
Mm,
later on into the team fights, but the laning phase I'm not that sure of. I think the laning phase might become problematic for them. Just because of like Enchanter versus a disengaged
lock it in.
champion, it doesn't
Yes.
really work that well. The Aphelios comes through.
Yes,
Champion that
sir.
it is not too popular lately, but Aphelios, the OG 200 years champion, he's a menace if you're really good at the champion, really proficient at the champion, and like just still once you hit 2, 3 items, the champion is just still a menace. Maybe not as strong in the meta as MF, but if it's piloted by Carino and we saw how he did last game, I don't really have question marks in my head for it. I'm
Okay.
just considering like where this Olaf will go because you want to pair Olaf with some enchanters and they have the Seraphine for now. They might even look to like maybe send the Seraphine mid with Olaf jungle, or maybe this Olaf to top lane, depending on what Glaive really picks. And what I would assume is for the side of Dorado to kind of to pick the mid lane so that they can flex that Olaf wherever they want to, so that they can get a really favorable matchup either in the jungle for Rare Candy or for Hazem for blindable mid lane, the Victor is still on the table, which is one of the, I think, not one of the, just the most played champion for OG Kush. And it might really prove like just really worth it this game, especially when there's two melee champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Carino is a very, very good
Oh,
Aphelios player, as I have seen him play that champion. So, despite the fact Aphelios has fallen out of the immediate pick or ban meta, still a very strong champion, as we know. Typically, I think we see him actually build Gale Force now. Um, for that more aggressive dash in insta kill build. I mean, obviously, it depends on what your opponent's draft. But he is no stranger to playing that champion. Very comfortable on that champion. As we look at our second round of bans here, the Azir Aatrox ban for Glaive Bingus with the Victor Silas ban for Gamma. So definitely want to hamper Epic Champions champ pool here quite a bit. And Silas and Victor are now off the table. So I wonder how. Ooh,
oh,
whoa, okay.
they're
Oh,
doubling down on it. Oh, never mind.
okay, wait, okay. I mean, if they had picked Ronaldo would have been cool too, but there you go. Sultan, you were right. OG Kush more than likely, very like 99% now, confidently can say OG Kush will be piloting the Seraphine here. And then we'll just have to see if Olaf is going to go to Rare Candy or to Hasm, but I think it is going to Rare Candy now at this point because typically, once again, you want to put Hasm on a strong split pusher, someone that can, of
Ooh.
course, create a lot of pressure and drag attention elsewhere on the rift. As the Swain was locked in for Glaive Bingus, this darn Noxian general that just is so freaking tanky and annoying when he launches that demonic ascendance there. So we'll have and even like if he gets behind, right? As soon as he gets like one item, he's still an issue. So we'll have to see how Glaive Bingus will play around their mid
Oh,
lane. What? Hold up, wait.
Swain top.
Swain top. Oh, Panzora does play Swain top. I forgot about that. Oh yeah. Wow. So and you go ahead and talk about those last two picks here while we await our last pick
Hmm.
from Gamma.
Well, Corki, I think just a comfort pick for Epi. Not the strongest champion in the meta again, but like again, the package is always a problem when you're playing against this champion. You need to kind of keep follow off what the cooldown is on that. And then I think this would be a really good pick for 17. Instead, they might, yeah, they will look for
J4.
J4, especially,
So Olaf top.
yeah. And I think I like this because against four champions that really don't really have a way other than Flash to get out of the Cataclysm, they will not be able to get on top of Kush easily, especially with their team comp. Like, I'm not sure how Glaive really team fights because you're dealing with an Olaf and J4 when they have um two bruisers in with Olaf and J4, and then just two enchanters backing them up. While Kush is not Kush, Carino on the Aphelios will be shooting at you with a lot of damage if we see the same scenario in the bot lane as last time. And I think it will be the deal because Lulu into Braum, I'm pretty sure that's just really hard Lulu favored because of like the rage advantage, the fact that Braum doesn't really have a reliable engage other than hit landing his Q onto Kush or Carino. And MF, normally we don't see the champion just playing with too much pressure. Maybe if they had an Enchanter or maybe something like Leona or Nautilus, maybe then. But I think with how the comps are right now, I would just favor Gamma's draft a little bit more. My only problem is when you get people to Cataclysm, yes, Kush will be able to hit them, but then you have the problem of Hasm just being left outside to try kind of as the Olaf. So um, it will be interesting. The laning phases will mean a lot this game because I
Mhm.
feel like Glaive should look to get a little bit more in the laning phase because once level 6 happen, I feel like Olaf, even though even through demonic ascendance, just beats the living life out of the Swain. So
Yeah, just said
I
to
think it would be
yourself.
really, it would be really rough.
Yeah, and despite I do agree with you everything you said about Gamlet's draft. Yes, J4 will get the Cataclysm, and that will keep Hasm out for a bit. But hey, you got a Lulu Ultimate, you got the Encore, and you have that Moonlight Vigil from Carino. And we know, depending on which ultimate it can be, that is a lot of damage. Whether it's the Infernum, the Calibrum, the Chakrams, of course, even the Gravitum, right? So like, if you get a Gravitum combo with the Cataclysm there, and then you just lock them into place even more as the Cataclysm comes down or something, and then you let Olaf in to tear through the rest. Like, it can be a very disgusting combo here from Dorado Gaming Gamma. So I'm really excited to see how they will pilot their team composition here. On the other side, though, Glaive Bingus, I have heard so much. I won't say so much, but I have heard about the Panzora Swain top. I have not personally seen it. So I don't know what that looks like, but I'm excited to see it because this is very fun matchup. It'll be very interesting. Of course, um, he won't have as much CC against Olaf post 6 because once you lock Olaf into place, Olaf with that never move, Olaf can just of course use the Ragnarok and then run into the Swain. I'm very curious how that 1v1 matchup looks like post 6. So I think for both of these top laners, especially for Hasm here, you want to make sure that Panzora, particularly Gamma, actually, you want to make sure they might look to try and punish Panzora quite a bit early in the early game because, once again, like we said, Swain is such a just drain tank mage that you just hate dealing with once he gets that level 6, and it's just so annoying to have to deal with that demonic ascension and everything like that. But meanwhile, for the rest of Glaive Bingus, the name of the game is just farming simulator. Stardew Valley, go check my crops, check my creep score, get to my 2-3 item spike, power spike, and then yeah, kill you at these neutral objectives and try and win the game.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, I think the two items, the side of Dorado will be strong, and after that, it will be just basically Corki versus Aphelios, who will be able to do more damage in these team fights. And I'm just really looking at both these junglers again. This time, Skirtle playing a little bit more early game focused champion. Trundle, especially in the 1v1, really good into J4, but Jarvan can just like not go for the 1v1s and instead go for these ganks with the flag and drag combo. And if he can get a lead like that, just like last game, I think Dorado will be just set for the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Dorado Gamma definitely have a scary composition, especially with this Seraphine in the mid lane, because Seraphine in a non-supportive role when she's actually able to get gold, have an income, build up income, and buy a lot of items, that damage that comes through is just disgusting. Um, but in the meantime, Sultan, I do believe we will take a short break here as we prepare for game 2 of Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. We'll see if Glaive Bingus can bounce back and even up this series, or if Gamma will take us to match point. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live for Game 2, Dorado Gaming Gamma on the red side against Glaive Bingus on the blue side. It's going to be a 5-champ lineup in the middle of the river here. We do see Panzora in the Rift Herald Enclave there, but will now just retreat back to his blue side of the jungle. Sultan, anything interesting with these runes or summoner spells? I see a ghost. I see 2 ghosts.
Yeah,
2
especially
ghosts and 2 TPs.
yeah, ghosts will be important, especially for Carino, where if he wants to kite back against this Trundle and Swain running towards him, it will be really helpful. And Olaf, rather than falling back, just running towards the enemy, it will be helpful, especially if they can get some kill resets on that. Other than that, most summoners and runes just look fine. I guess the item wise, just the goal for Carino and Epi just shows that they wanna just get their CS, just farm these lanes out and get as much gold as possible without fighting too much. And we see both junglers starting at their respective blue buffs, so we will see Skirtle kind of going towards this bot side to get this MF ahead, while Rare Candy will be looking to get past him ahead and maybe a kill.
Flash forward from 17 there as the concussive blow or the Winter's bite did land, enabling that concussive blows to get off there. So already punishing the bot lane here of Dog Gamma quite a bit. We'll look to see if they'll try to repeat that and look to take down 17 here in just a bit.
Yeah, and I was talking about how Lulu's good into Braum, but when you don't have the early level 2, you just need to respect the enemy team, especially on level 1. Braum is much stronger because of his passive, and you're not able to trade as many auto attacks as 17 was not able to do. MF will just do a lot of burst damage with that PTA, auto Q auto, procs Braum passive, and gets you to really low HP.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Braum,
okay.
Xernean piloting the melee champion, piloting 2 melee champions now. She has typically been known more so for her plays on enchanters, and it's actually really interesting to see Glaive Bingus opt for these more melee engage supports when it has been sort of a enchanter meta in the bot lane. It's been sort of a dominating enchanter meta in the bot lane here currently. So hopefully they can get an advantage in this bot lane here with the Braum MF combo. But in the meantime, we do, like you said, Sultan, both junglers have gotten their respective Rift Scuttlers on their side of the maps, and we do see pings coming out from Flying Squirtle here. They may look to punish the Dog Gamma bot lane.
Yeah, especially 17 not having a flash.
Oh, and there's the ward, so they know.
But they're still walking up, so... Oh, Rare Candy is almost here. They're trying to bait.
They're baiting him so much. Oh no. And Swine Critical no, but they don't. They're going for it anyway. 17 was knocked up. The exhaust has landed. The Winter's Bite, concussive blows procs, and 17 goes down first blood over to the Glaive Bingus jungler. Will there be more? Carino and Rare Candy looking to fight back. The grab, the Root High Legacy will have to flash away. Rare Candy on the attack, looking for the knockup, will not be able to find it. Carino and Rare Candy get none. Glaive Bingus 1-0 on the board.
Yeah, and
no Frozen Domain with the stand besides me. Winter's Bright proc once again, and they will just chase off the Gamma bot lane. They were looking for more. Carino did have to pop the Ghost. Xernean now on the retreat, but this Braum already so much defensive stance. Carino flashes forward, though the Gravitum connects. Will he use the passive there to get the stun? No, but he gets the kill on Xernean, so it's actually now a 1-for-1. Glaive Bingus is biting off a bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, and just overextension in the end. I think you get the kill, you just back off, let the MF and Braum just push the wave and reset. They said they go for it for round 2, but Carino's still having the summoner spells, flashes away, then looks for the re-engage with the Ghost, and the Gravitum slows helps him a lot during that fight with the Ghost as well. And Carino, again, in a position where he's up 10 CS, a kill, already working towards a call. So it will be problematic. But has
Panzora, he knows
Thurs?
he's low on mana, having to try and dodge these Qs from Hasm here. Oh, but does have another Nether move. The Nether move connects as well as the shock there. Panzora gets the solo bolo on Hasm here. No jungle assistance needed.
Yeah, has him getting a little too ambitious there with the 1v1. Burns uses the ghost, but when you're getting that close to turret range, you kind of have to leave. You don't have your ultimate, you're not CC immune, and tanks a turret shot, and then the Swain Q finishes him off. And they're showing that Rare Candy is more focusing towards the spot side, so him going for this play and then dying will be problematic for them if he starts losing on this matchup. Panzora finishing the Lost Chapter after that kill, and once the Engis comes through, once Selene is ahead in this lane, even after 6, Olaf might run into some problems. Again, this is Olaf. He can do a lot of things, even if he's 0-4, he can just pop a 1v1 where he's just really favored. But
Oh, and here we go. We have a fight on two fronts. Demonic Ascension for Panzora. Flying Squirtle chasing Rare Candy off. Hasm looking to chunk down Panzora here. But no, the never move. The Death's Hand. Panzora with this Demonic Ascension. The Drain Mage Bruiser tank gets another solo bolo. No jungler assistant needed. Panzora is now 2-0 and 150 gold bounty in the top lane. Rare Candy could do nothing but watch his top laner die.
Yeah, and this kind of takes us back to a few patches where both of these champions got updated for their ultimates. If Olaf can keep hitting you, then he's fine. Like he will keep his immunity, but Panzora just running already has the boost, so he is faster than Hasm. So he can just run away, wait for CC immunity to just end, and he can still be in the range where Demonic Ascendance will not time out. Same thing with Olaf ultimate. If he's still draining from a champion, the Demonic Ascendance doesn't close down. So eventually he will be out sustaining Hasm if he doesn't have Ghost or maybe a Stride Breaker to really stay on top of the swing.
Yeah, absolutely, Sultan. You make a very great point there. And yeah, like we also said, you know, regardless if Swain goes even in lane, he still is a menace. But if you get this Swain ahead, oh my god, it just becomes that much worse to deal with. Never Move connects once again. Vision of the Empire. Panzora, you know, if for those at home who might just be tuning in, seeing a Swain in the top lane, like wondering what the heck is going on, just know that this man is very well versed on this champion in this lane, and he knows how to play it, how to maneuver it, and you can see from the current state of play that he's doing just a-okay. As our junglers, we do see Flying Squirtle working on the Ocean Drake here. Should get it uncontested, as High Legacy and Xernean have had pressure in this bot lane for quite a bit now. I don't think we've even seen Carino and 17 push forward in the lane unless they had Rare Candy there to help him at that time. So Xernean and High Legacy definitely having the advantage currently in the bot lane here, as Hasm and Panzora are fighting once again. And there is the Ocean Drake given over to Glaive Bingus. Mountain Drake will be spawning in the next 5 minutes here. So current Rift neutral objective on the board will now be Shelly. We'll see if either team will look to try and claim that here in just a bit.
Yeah, and especially again, kind of going back to this top side, these two champions kind of work different than each other. Swain, as long as he's in the team fight, he's fine. He can keep a decent range with the enemy team, just being that drain tank, and he wants the enemy team to run into him, which is what exactly Olaf does. And especially when he's ahead, you really don't want to run into a fed Swain. Like once he has Leandries and Rylai's, it makes it really hard for your team to kind of do anything in the team fight. Yes, maybe he hasn't a CC immune, but
and he's opted for the fight. He thought he found an engage and a way to take down Hasm, but was not able to. Hasm on the retreat. Demonic Ascension now on cooldown.
Yeah. The cooldown on it shouldn't be that big of a
83
problem.
seconds currently, so like a minute and 23 seconds. That is not that long.
Yeah, and they also burned the ghost from Hasm, so the next time he's gonna try to use Ragnarok, it's not going to be as effective as it would be when paired up with the Ghost. And again, he gets a reset. He uses TP. He still has his flash, so he has his own safety tool for him. And as long as he doesn't die in the next minute and 20 seconds, I think he is just a-okay with that.
Ooh. Ooh.
More
Carino there,
stun.
styling with the Aphelios here, using those spells very well.
Oh,
And we're gonna have ourselves some action here in the Rift Herald pit. Rift Herald goes over
Candy got
to
it.
Dorado Gamma, actually. Rare Candy uses the Cataclysm Flash away. Flying Squirtle flashes over, though, looking to try and take down the Gamma Jungler. Has him on the retreat. Flying Squirtle,
he should have his EQ back.
the
I
attack
think.
here, Chomp. And they should be able to get out. Flying Squirtle wants it so
Oh,
bad. Remove Flash Forward from Panzor. Does not connect. Gamma gets out just barely.
yeah, and really good play from Rare Candy getting the the package.
Champion. Nope. They're just saying hi to each other.
Yeah, I thought maybe if he would look to use the package, so he might have at least forced Kush to flash, but the package will not be used for anything, and the timer will be really off now because now you didn't use package. I think the timer on it is 5 or 6 minutes, and it won't be available for the next dragon, and the Herald is already picked up. So I'm just wondering what Glaive can really do with this creep, kind of. Getting a good trade in, but bullet time is available, but no mana for high legacy. So Carino is feeling comfortable in this bot lane right now. Already finished the call, so has that call to himself. Also the kill as well from that bot lane play. So Carino again, ups yes, has one kill. Not the third plates, unfortunately, this game. But again, eventually he's going to be that menace that we saw last game.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw Hasm there flashing the tent emo in Panzor, which is that's invalid because junglers have barely been up there to gank. It's been mainly a 1v1 duel in the top lane, and currently Panzora does have the advantage on that. But you know, we haven't really even talked much about the mid lane here, Sultan, as the Epi champion and OG Kush both currently just farming it up. OG Kush already on that Leandry's Mythic, and as you saw, they're starting to poke out the Corki quite a bit here with those abilities. Epic Champion will have to, look at that. There's so much range on that poke here. It's not typical you see Corki getting punished out of the lane that often, but he does have the CS advantage currently over his counterpart here, so we'll look to see how that will come into play later throughout the game. Mountain Drake spawning in 30.
Yeah, and we see his opting for the crypt build where you go Essence River into Shield Bow. I am personally more of a fan of AP Corki. Yes, this Corki can dish out a lot of damage, especially once he finishes his IE as well, but I feel like the AP Corki, just the poke that he brings is just too much. Especially if he can go for a shield bolt as well while doing AP. His Lulu and Surfing might not have been able to do as much. But again, Corki is Corki as long as you can get decent out music off your packages and you can lend those.
And it looks like they are going to contest Sultan. Carino already chunked out with the flash away from the bullet time. Rare Candy looking for high legacy, and they find Carino. Carino gifted over. Epic Champion gets the kill. Glaive Bingus, they want more. Legacy using the blast pad to knock back the J4 with the Winter's Bite concussive blow combo does connect. J4 will be able to flag and drag. Will Glaive Bingus go underneath this tower for the dive? 17 chunked out. Epic Champion with the kill once again. That is now 2 kills on the mid laner here.
Yeah, but while they were doing that, like Pantera also moving over for the dragon fight, during that Hasm was top lane, took a whole turret to himself. And that's just a lot of gold. I think they might just be even in gold with Panzera right
Speaking
now.
of gold, if our production could show us that, and I'll let you continue your point here, Sultan.
Yeah, because like the item difference is not there anymore. Yeah, like 200 difference in top lane, although the two solo kills, the 5 third plates are, I think it's almost close to what, 800 gold. so that really makes up for the difference there. And we see the rest of the gold, it's just on FP right now. He picked up 2 kills in that fight, had the call, already CSing really effectively in this game, highest CS in the game. This Corki is looking scary, and crit AP doesn't matter. When your Corki is ahead, he will just be a menace in the T fights.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Ludi. Appreciate you. As we now look to see that, of course, the next. Actually, okay. Yeah, never mind. Right is trolling me. It's gonna be a Hextech Soul because I was about to say, oh, it's a Mountain Soul. I'm like, wait, they just took Mountain Drake. So it's gonna be a Hextech Soul spawning here in 3 minutes. So that will be, of course, the map state for the entirety of the game. These Hextech portals are so creative, and they give our players a lot of more creative freedom on how they look to engage and find positions across the rift here. Flying Squirtle working to clear out the vision in his side of the jungle. Has him looking to locate and get some idea of where the Glaive Bingus jungler currently is. Glaive Bingus only is still about a 1k gold lead despite the 4 killed advantage they had over Dog Gamma. So Dog Gamma is not out of this game just yet. As a matter of fact, this series is still pretty close. Seraphine is farming up so well, has not been abused. Yes, Corki is 2-0-0, but all it takes is one great encore to land, and we could find that the tables have turned in favor of Gamma here, as we see Flying Squirtle working on Shirley on the top side. And she... Okay, they're thinking about it.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Just executing is another thing. And yeah, I feel like there won't be a lot of fighting until next dragon. And even then, like the dragon is 1-for-1. Dragon counts 1-for-1 for both teams. So one of them might look to give this dragon to maybe open up some turrets on the map, get some pressure, get some more CS onto their carries. Obviously, if they can get to this Hextech Soul as fast as possible, that is the most important thing for them.
So we have ourselves a TP coming in here as the ultimate from Braum does not connect, but Carino was stopped from escaping by Panzora. That's a 2 kills in the bot lane for Glaive Bingus. Gamma gets none. They're punished for their aggression, and Glaive Bingus find the kills, but has them in the top side of the map, doing what he says he loves to do, being that split push menace. He will get the tier 2 turret. Will he be punished now though? Flying Squirtle finds him. They are in Mortal Kombat here. Ragnarok Proctor has him chasing down the Trundle, looking for that kill. He knows he's gonna die, but if he could get one, he'd be happy. He cannot be champion on a rampage.
Yeah, again, Asm is just keeping on this top lane, but I don't know how long he can keep this up because these team fights, like just going for a dive is a little bit too much. I feel like you don't have that kind of a lead or that kind of strength on Krano as of right now. Yes, he was ahead, but like MF has flash, has heal. You're diving into a Braum that has exhaust. It's just a lot of things that you need to count in for. And the double, not the double TP, but TP coming from Panzora plus Epi moving over. It's just a fight where Dorado just doesn't really have a chance at, and they could have just like backed off. I feel like just committing to that
17.
dive a little too early.
17. Winter's Brag was proc. They're looking for the concussive blow. 17 on the retreat. It does connect. 17 should go down here. We'll have to use the Wild Growth. The Kraken Slayer proc from iLegacy, not enough because the true damage and the health from 17 ensured that he was able to live just a bit longer, but the never move from Panzora here. OG Kush on the retreat. Glaive Bingus working on this Hextech Drake here. They should get it without any contest from Gamma. Gamma will have to retreat and give over that Drake without a fight.
Yeah. And the most interesting thing is, as far as the build goes, is these like 3 Bramble Vests bought from side of Glaive. It's like, I guess it is fine for Trumbull and even Braum, but I'm just not sure how effective it is on the swing. I feel like rather than dealing with the healing, because Olaf is not really opting in for that like too much healing right now, I think you just go for your build, because
Instead of spending 800.
Uh-oh. High Legacy and Xernean will be punished here. Xernean having to use the ultimate there. High Legacy on the retreat. Glacial Fisher able to slow down Gamma's engage just a bit. Flying Squirtle here to back up his bot laner and escort him to safety to ensure that no other takedowns are given over to Dog Gamma here.
Yeah, they do take down Xernean, but they will also be able to pick up this turret more than likely. I thought maybe High Legacy would look to use his bullet time to clear the wave, but I mean, he might not have enough mana for it. And we will see another turret picked up, and Dorado Gaming really just staying in the in a really competitive gold range right now because
Chasm was thinking about using the Hextech gate there, but once you are in combat, you cannot use the gate. Hasm goes down 0-4-0 for the Gamma top laner currently, and honestly, you can't even say that, you know, there was much interference between the entire team. Hasm is just not having a good time besides finding these turrets currently in the side lane here, so it's going to be very tough for this Olaf to make a difference in these team fights. I think at this point now, Hasm's duty is just to cause interference in team fights and try and create spacing for his team. He'll have to rely on OG Kush and Carino to, of course, lead them to victory here, which they do have the potential to do, you know. Seraphine almost on 2 items here. Carino already on 2 items, working on his 3rd. So there's still potential here for Gamma to make a comeback. I still will not count them out because, I mean, once again, look at the gold lead. It's only a 1k gold lead despite how the game has gone so far. And Gamma now working on this Baron head, red white for Carino, but there is a TP and Glaive Bingus have sussed it out, so they will chase off Gamma from the Baron at this time.
Yeah, I feel like in Hasm's case, like when you're this far behind, especially in the lane, and when you're like actually having success through split push and taking these turrets, maybe going Hullbreaker and just fully committing to the side lane, because your team will, like, eventually when Cephalios is strong, they will be strong enough to at least hold their own in these team fights probably. So you can just make sure it's like the enemy team cannot look for these 5v4 team fights without giving up a lot from their own.
We have ourselves another gate here. The pillar from Flying Squirtle. They are looking for Carino once again. Red Candy in the back line and Hasm playing interference in the front line. The bullet time connects as the Encore does as well. Doesn't do much. Glaive Bingus is able to live. Epic Champion is unstoppable. Fighting 2. Those rockets are doing so much damage. Panzora warding off Gamma from engaging any further. Flying Squirtle and Epic Champion, they're looking for more. Panzora is so strong. It's such a bruiser. Epic Champion only has 1 rocket left. Both teams will retreat at this time. Glaive lost 2. Dog Gamma 1.
Yeah, and some ultimates were not used to the most efficiency there. Exonian trying to use her ultimate, trying to pick off the Aphelios, but the Gale Force comes through and Karina doesn't get hit by it. Now you just wasted one of your biggest disengage tools to pick off the Aphelios. And then actually the really good shield coming from Xernean to stop the Encore, but eventually the DPS was too much for him to tank, and High Legacy was stuck in the Cataclysm, and eventually it goes down. So kills being picked up for Carino there, which is really important. He will be getting closer to his 3-item power spike. But we saw what bullet time can do. Even without 2 items completed, High Legacy dished out so much damage in that teamfight, and that's the strong side of MF. Like, you don't have to be really ahead. Even if you're competitive in the game, you will be able to bring out a lot of damage in these teamfights.
Absolutely, and as much as we have discussed the impactfulness of High Legacy's bullet time, the carry, in my opinion, for Glaive Bingus has currently been their solo laners. Panzora and Epic Champion are putting in the work right now, allowing their team to stay into this game. Of course, they have the most kills and they have majority of the gold that allow High Legacy to get off these pretty pristine ultimates here that have just chunked out, Dog Gamma quite a bit, but High Legacy does need some more gold, so that way those bullet times are even that more effective as we prepare for this second Drake dance here.
Yeah, and actually, if Glaive can somehow pick this dragon up, there will be more pressure onto Dorado Gaming Gamma because once you have Hextech Soul with MF with Swain, these teamfights will get easier. Do we have package? Yes, the
Yes.
package is also available to Corki.
Ooh,
So the
ooh,
third
and
package.
Zora lands 217 will have to be slowed. He has to pop the Shurelias to ensure that the movement speed and a possible engage from Gam
Yeah.
or from Glaive Bingus was not launched upon them. Panzora lands the never move man. Glacial Fisher does connect onto Hasm here. Demonic Ascension, they are chasing Gamma away from this. The Encore hits one. The Cataclysm connects on High Legacy. Carino is on a killing spree, but High Legacy has already taken down Rare Candy, and that is an ace for Glaive Bingus. They wipe Dog Gamma off the board, and they will get the Hextech Drake.
Yeah, and I would call it just an insane package from Epi from the side. Just Carino was forced to just sit on top of it for the whole time he was hitting. They do get a shutdown onto the score key, but Penzora, especially with that package on top of the enemy team, was just being a menace in that team fight. I don't think bullet time was even used for High Legacy. So if you're winning a team fight that dominantly without a bullet time, I cannot imagine if I was able to even cast that. And it was just like instant that Dorado Gaming lost that team fight. They will be on Hextech points sold. They will get mid lane tier 2, and they will be spending a lot of gold that are in their pockets. We see, I'm pretty sure High Legacy will be able to finish the LDR now.
Our
The
wonderful
demonic,
producer can switch over to gold, so we
yeah,
can take a look at that. Go ahead, so make your point again.
the demonic embrace almost completed for Penzora, and Epic Champions IE almost coming through. And all Flying Skirtle needs to do here at this point is just pressing R on J4, being tanky in the middle of people, and landing his smites. Other than that, his teammates kind of got him covered for the rest of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're being trolled by Ludi again. But no worries. we'll, we'll see what the goat is once he is back and active. So in the meantime though, yeah, like you said, Sultan, a lot of gold. Despite the gold difference, only 3K, it still feels like Dog Gamma has a chance. Yes, that was honestly a very terrible team fight. You would not want your team to get ace, but they still have a potential to find their way back into this game, right? They have the Baron, they have Aphelios, and the Seraphine still has that potential to do so much damage and cause that much interference. But what I feel like is happening right now is that Dog Gamma is not really giving Carino the protection he needs to be those 200 years that we know he can be. Rare Candy in that last fight dove in looking for a High Legacy, but there was no follow-up, right? So if there's no follow-up and you just kamikazing onto the enemy AD carry with no assistance, it's a useless play, quite
Yeah,
unfortunately. So hopefully for Gamma, hopefully they can find some better coordination in their team fights around these neutral objectives. Otherwise, this game is heading into the direction of a Glaive Bingus win.
yeah, and we also see like the effects of like Hasm just losing the side lane this hard. Now they have to deal with a really tanky Fed Swain. The Olaf was picked because they have two enchanters to help him to really be that follow-up to Rare Candy's engage onto these backliners. But now he's so behind that he just gets one shot in the process of like Corky hitting other people. And what the fights are basically a 4v5, and this Corky is already fed. This Swain is already fed. So it's more than likely, like, it feels probably like a 6v4 at this point with how fed Glaive Bingus, the solo laners are. The IE completed for Epi. That guy will hurt if you get any if you tank any auto attacks on him. So also again, building
Candy is the ultimate, goes wide because of the stand behind me as the unbreakable. Perfect defense from Glaive Bingus. The teleport from Hasm into the Glaive Bingus team. Using that Ragnarok there on the retreat. Panzura is looking for it, but OG Kush able to dodge out the never move and just deter Glaive Bingus.
from locking him into place, but he is now out of position. They are looking to take down this songstress here. Epic Champion on the chase, launching those rockets, exerting chunk for about half of her health, and Glaive Bingus have chased Gamma all the way to the top side of the map here. What's gonna happen next?
Yeah, and a lot of big cooldowns also committed from Dorado here. Like the TP from Hazem, the Ragnarok, the Ghost, Flash from Mary Candy, Carino's Ghost, the Wild Growth, a lot of big cooldowns. And on the other hand, Demonic Ascension is available. The TP's available for Epi. The flashes are available for everyone. The bullet time is also there. So just great response from Glaive without using a lot of resources. And I'm not even sure if that engage was really like if it was going to be effective for Rare Candy, because even if they engage, we've seen it multiple times. The Seraphine ultimate does not go through this Braum, so every time they look for the plate, it is not really as effective as we expect it to be. And once that Encore is not on top of that MF, then it's only Rare Candy that is doing anything to that MF, and especially with his build, he's not doing really any damage to him.
As Hazem was rooted by the Never Move, the Trundle as well. Oh, but Flying Squirtle is able to get up, flashes awake. Rare Candy catches 2-4 in the Cataclysm. Panzora is already warding them off as Epic Champion on the flank on the back line, and Glaive Bingus are able to wipe Gamma off the board again. It's an ace for Glaive Bingus, and it looks like Glaive Bingus is gonna try and take down the inhibitor turret here and look to claim game 2.
Yeah, and Epi just one-shots the backline of Dorado Gaming. He packaged in, and then the overall damage package, the auto attacks, the abilities coming through, the 10-1 Corky, 5 items in with the boots is just really...
Wait, Glaive Bingus will take game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a series.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just cursed this series. I just predicted game 1 to be a Glaive win, game 2 to be a Dorado win. I guess I'm just I'm not gonna do any predictions anymore. But yeah, like this game, some things really went south for Dorado. I feel like the bot lane was doing fine. It's like mid lane was again, it's kind of a farm fest, but especially the top lane has him just being caught too much. Yes, getting 2 turrets kept him actually really close to Panzora and Gold, but eventually him getting picked in Glaive's jungle a few times, gifting Epi a few kills, and just accelerating him to be this menace that we saw that just was exploding onto Carino and 17 in these late game team fights. So I think he needs to be a little bit more careful with how he plays the lane, because we saw like that was Swain and him being in these team fights, they were not even getting close to killing him. And what are you gonna do? Kill the Swain, kill the MF, kill the Corky? What are you gonna do? So
Absolutely, Sultan. And no, like you said, and for Gamma, once again, they need to have better communication. They were not as well coordinated, well synced this time around. And you could tell in the gameplay, Rare Candy diving in, but not having the backup because Panzora on the Swain, the Corky finding the flanks, the bullet time, so much Glaive Bingus disruption coming through, so it made it very hard for them to, of course, synergize and get their combos off. We'll see how both of these teams respond, though, as we prepare for game 3. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live preparing for our Game 3 picks and bans. Dorado Gaming Gamma against Glaive Bingus. Dorado Gaming Gamma have elected to be on the blue side. Once again, losers does get to pick what side they want to be on. And as you can see, I have a different color caster with me here. It is the Orion subbing in for Sultan. Sultan had some internet issues, so unfortunately, he will not be here for the rest of the cast. But we got Orion though. So Orion, how you doing? Appreciate you for stepping in.
Yeah, man, I'm doing pretty good. Had a very quick and easy VRS series, so definitely got able to kind of come in and join the cast. So definitely pretty excited. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What team you play on the VRS? What'd you do? What was the
Uh,
score?
well, I play for Dorado Gaming Sigma, and it was an easy 2-0.
Another Dorado affiliate.
Sorry, bro.
Wow.
I mean, it is what it is.
I'm messing with you. Dorado knows I love them. I just like giving them a hard time because of who they are. As we are live into picks and bans here, though, once again, Gamma not changing their methodology. GP Nocturne, the first two bans here. Camille and Ziggs for Glaive Bingus. So they are taking those champs off the board. Mordekaiser now banned for Gamma on B3 here on ban 3, and Hecarim banned for Glaive Bingus. These bans coming in pretty quick, so they know exactly what they're looking for this time around. We'll see how Gamma respond here on B1. Last time in Game 1, they first picked the Seraphine, I believe. Yes, they did. And this time it's a B1 Azir, so that will be going to the hands of OG Kush once again. We'll see
Yeah.
how Glaive Bingus respond.
Yeah, interesting. I know, like, obviously, Misfortune and Seraphine both open up on the table. Seem to be very powerful picks, but instead they want the Azir in the mid lane here for Kush. And I think I saw. Did he play Azir in game one? Or was it game two? I think
I
it was.
believe he
Yeah,
played it in Game 1.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Game,
found
game
lots
number
of great
one.
divides.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely seemed like a very confident Zir player. Obviously, maybe the Seraphine didn't quite work out from game two. I saw Vintine play it in the support. I'd rather see Seraphine in like a farming type of style, whether it be the mid lane or the AD carry. So anytime you have to default the Seraphine to a supportive type of style, I just don't think it's actually all that great. But instead,
Ooh.
it actually looks like Glaive Bingus are the ones going to be defaulting Seraphine into a supportive position, or it could be going into the mid lane here, which is where I would preferably like to see the Seraphine. I think it works actually very, very well with the extra additional gold.
Or it could go into the hands of High Legacy and MF support. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke.
I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, if the poke comment type thing was still a pretty solid build, obviously, like, that is a possibility. I don't think it should be played, but
Nah.
I mean, it is theoretically possible, but this does mean that Vincent does get to play his Pike up and a bit, which, I mean, their read could be that they want the Seraphine Misfortune mashup, right? But at the same time, like we just said, the Seraphine can very easily just go into the mid lane and can potentially shake up this draft if they're not prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like you were also talking about, Ryan, you did not really like seeing the Seraphine in the supportive position. I'm not going to count it out of the mid lane just yet because, as I told you off air, as we do see that Syndra locked in, we're gonna get to that. We have seen Xernean on engaged supports recently throughout the entire series. First, she played Maokai, then she played Braum. So I'm not gonna count it out of it going into the mid lane just yet, but I can agree with you that I'm pretty confident. Oh no, see, look, there it is.
Yep, there it
There,
is.
there it is.
Yep, Exernian gets to play her Rakan, which is a very staple pick of her own, which does obviously send the Seraphine into the mid lane here for the Epi champion. And honestly, the center pick is, I gotta say, quite surprising because obviously it is going to be going into the hands of Carino here in the bot side. So it's going to be a Syndra Pike lane who does actually provide a lot of damage and can provide some kill threats
Wait,
onto.
oh yeah, you're right. Duh.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
This
I
this
just
year is
realized
already
that.
locked in for B1.
I was like, wait, what are
Yeah,
you
so
talking
with the
about?
Syndra, yeah. I mean, Syndra is a capable bot laner just because like she
Yeah.
has pretty easy way of farming, and she actually provides a lot of setup with her E, the Scat of the Week, with also the hook from the Pike as well to actually provide a lot of damage in that bot lane. So, I mean, this could be a read, right? This could be something that they've practiced in a specific matchup because obviously, when you leave up these champions, you're inherently saying, okay, we are okay with you picking this because we have something in our back pocket and this is what they have planned.
Yeah, absolutely, Orion. You make a very great point. I do not believe this isn't the new Syndra, right? Like she was getting adjusted, but it hasn't happened just yet. Probably in the next patch, I believe. Um, I could be wrong. I heard about some changes for Syndra coming through. I'm not sure if they have been implemented just
Uh,
yet.
that'll be like next patch probably.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Because I was just scrolling through patch and I was like, I don't see it on here. So I know I heard somebody talking about Syndra getting adjusted and it potentially being what's the word, disabled in our CCS playoffs if our wonderful commissioner Flay deems so. But anyway, that's neither here nor there as we are getting back to these bans. Aatrox and Poppy banned by Glaive Bingus with Panzor, or excuse me, not Panzor. I mean, yeah, Panzora Swain and the J4 banned by Gamma here. Okay, that's true because Udyr is disabled, so they're not picking Udyr. It's disabled for the CCS playoffs, so don't worry about that. But the Poppy being banned here to me gives me an inclination that they are looking for champions that might dash in. Obviously, the Rakan, and there it is. Lee Sin was buffed. You don't ban Poppy. Okay, they're Wukong too. Yeah, Wukong as well. Because I'm like, you don't ban Poppy unless you have champions that want to dash in. So that just told green light signals that yeah, Glaive Bingus is looking for something that has a lot of dashes, and they do not want to be denied by that Demacian standard there.
Yep. I do that. Obviously
Or
Wukong has been nerfed. Yeah, steadfast presence. Yeah,
thank you.
I
Yeah,
definitely
like
did that. The Wukong obviously has been nerfed a couple times, and he is obviously weaker in power. It doesn't have the best clear anymore per se. So he is a bit slower when it comes to that kind of thing. So, but it is still a very powerful Seraphine combination. Same thing with Rakan, two champions that can go forward, extend the encore very easily, and
oh my
have a
god,
way of
yeah.
like being able to get back out. So it is a very powerful combination. Not quite as powerful as it used to be, but a good answer here from Gamma being the Trundle into the Wukong. Trundle has always been known as a very scrappy jungler, a champion that can very easily just bully other AD junglers out of like any jungle like in exchange that they have because the ability to just kind of beat them down and has them actually locking in the Ornn here into the top lane, which is honestly kind of surprising for me because Hasm is known for being a bit more of like skill check type of top laner. Definitely wants to be expressive with his skills, and he is a very talented top laner. But instead, going to be more of the tanky type of style, which means he's definitely playing more towards his team. And
Wow.
Panzora deciding to play the Singed in this game, very interesting to me because also it's like Dorado Gaming, Dorado Gamma actually have a couple of champions with the Syndra and the Azir that don't really like to move all that much in team fights. They like to kind of be staples. Syndra a little bit more than Azir, but they like to just kind of chill in the back line, do a lot of damage, and be okay. Singed and especially like Rakan and Wukong. Sorry, Rakan and Wukong definitely mess that idea up. As long if they're able to just to get in the back line, Singed gets to flip onto Azir or Syndra, all of a sudden those targets are very easily burstable. So we'll have to wait and see if the pick actually works, but definitely a very unique pick in this sense.
Absolutely unique pick, and I swear I feel like I've seen this exact draft or very similar to it in Glaive Bingus's first round game against first round series that is against Dorado Gaming New actually, or was I swear I've seen this draft before, and I do believe they won that game, Panzora on the Singed. So definitely a champion that we love to hate. Lots of proxy farming. We should see going on, lots of annoyance, and just once he gets that Rylite, it's gonna be very difficult to try and chase him down because of that glue and the flip if he lands you into place. And then, like you said, Orion, the Rakan ultimate with the Wukong and that encore bullet time on top of it. The Glaive Bingers have themselves a very well and damn near easy team fight to execute. The Singed is more so just for disruption side lane. Like the other four champions though, they can get it done on their own, and Singed is just there to basically clean up and like throw somebody in that
Mhm.
was trying to escape, or
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Singe is definitely a very annoying champion to deal with because he is extremely fast. He gets his passive off of every single champion that he takes over. So if he runs through his entire team and let's say he has a ghost and then runs through your entire team, they don't have the CC. They don't there's no point and click CC here for Gamma. It's all skill shot based. So
Hmm.
besides maybe the Azir wall. So definitely very, very hard to actually make sure he's not just, running amok in a team fight with all the poison trail coming on. So I think, like you mentioned for Glaive Bingus, if they are able to layer the CC and you have the bullet time over the top, Dorado Gaming Gamma are going to have a pretty hard time actually playing out these team fights with Azir and Syndra being your two main carries because Azir wants to, set up, he wants to place his soldiers and that he just wants to stand his ground and just do a lot of damage. That's very hard to do against Wukong Seraphine, especially and you got an MF over the top. It
Yeah.
becomes very hard to actually play out some of these fights. So I think for Dorado Gaming Gamma, I think you're gonna have to be able to actually find a way to be scrappy with your champions, right? Like you have Pike, you have Trundle, you can definitely run amok in your own team fights, but it has to be a little bit more creative and it has to be a little bit less just front to back because Pike is gonna have a decently hard time actually killing somebody that's executing him because the ideally is no one is really going to get that low in a team fight if Glaive Bingus are the ones actually starting off these fights.
Absolutely, Orion. And yeah, like you said, we have not seen Hasm on more of this team fight. I don't want to call it boring, but I can't think of another word. Orin can be exciting, right? Especially when he does the damage and gets those brittle procs, but he's typically a boring lane. We haven't seen Hasm on that. Hasm is more of the carry split push lane player. So this time we'll see how he plays more so geared for the team. That means we expect Dorado Gaming Gamma to try and get OG Kush, try and get Carino, of course 17 ahead, and play for their bot side of the rift here. Orion, because you are now coming in as my telecaster, Sultan predicted a 3-1 in favor of Glaive Bingus. I said 3-2 because I gotta stick to my bracket. I'm not going to change my opinion. What is your series prediction? I know you're coming in 2 games late, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in my mind going into this series, I think I favored Gamma either 3-2 or 3-1. I can't remember
okay.
exactly. But
Is
yeah,
that
I mean,
opinion changed now, given
uh,
how you've seen the drafts? Because you have that leeway to change your opinion. You're coming in late, so
yeah. I think I'm still gonna stick with Gamma. Probably more like a 3-1 or probably a 3-2,
it's
most
not because
likely.
you part of Dorado, right?
No, 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 no. I think that this Gamma team is pretty. I do think that their draft is definitely a bit hard to pull off because they don't really have any consistent DPS besides the Azir, which is their main form of AP. And
Hmm.
like we talked about, right, Azir is going to have a hard time actually just trying to sit still and auto attack something because there's things going to be flying at him at all directions. And if Glaive Bingus misses, then obviously Azir and Syndra can definitely run amok and really tear through their team fight. But they had to actually if the execution really has to be there from Glaive Bingus, but their execution is rather easy. Like you mentioned, they just have the Wukong to dash forward into the Seraphine knockup, or sorry, the charm from the Encore, and just all the layering of CC can very easily come through onto those targets. And really, there's not really any disengage coming through from Gamma besides the Azir wall or the Trundle pillar. But yes, Syndra can E as well, but that timing it has to be very, very tight because if you get knocked up, then obviously you can't cast Scatter the Weak there. So definitely going to be very on par with these disengage abilities here from Kush and from Carino if they want to survive these team fights.
Absolutely, as well as their Sage potential being very limited because they have no consistent AD carry. Right? They do have the Azir, which with the lethal tempo and the doesn't typically build auto attack or auto attack speed items. Who knows if he will look to do that towards the late game? But we'll have to see here. But in the meantime, we're gonna take a short break as we prepare for Game 3 of Dorado Gaming Gamma against Glaive Bingus. Don't go anywhere; you don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live for game 3 of our 5-game series. Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Glaive Bingus looking for a 5-champ invade here on the Gamma jungle. They will... Oh, the ghost has been launched. 17. Will he get flipped? He is! And the knockoff from Xernean. The beat drop goes wide with first blood. Over to High Legacy, and none of Glaive Bingus goes down. I swear 17 saw them coming, though. Orion, thoughts?
Yeah, he totally did. I don't know. That's just like that can't happen, right? Like ultimately, yes, Panzora is very fast. He has Predator, he has the Ghost, and he did start boots. But ultimately, you can always just start E. You can always just E over the wall. Like that death is just like that should never happen.
Absolutely should never happen. And now you put High Legacy with 400 gold coming back with a longsword now in lane. So look for the bot lane here of Glaive Bingus to be even that more aggressive to punish Carino in 17 here, because Syndra is already a low range champion who will now have to worry about these make it rains and pokes coming out from High Legacy and Xernean. So it's just going to be that much harder for them in lane here. But we do see both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Flying Squirtle working on his red, Candy on this blue, then Gromp. So I will expect to see them either contest over this Scuttle Drake here, over this Scuttle Crab, or look to gank their bot lane. Perhaps for Rare Candy, look to try and equalize and get some gold back into their pockets of Carino and 17, and of course for Rare Candy, or Flying Squirtle that is, look to accelerate High Legacy and Xernean.
Yeah, absolutely. I think more or less for Glaive Bingus, it's more or less about surviving the early game pressure that Trundle, Syndra, and Pyke can absolutely have onto Misfortune and Rakan down here. So Rakan obviously is a little bit easier with support pick because the Rakan can actually tank the hook from the Pyke and actually just use the E to get away. So a lot of damage does come on here from Xernean. Team does actually have Ignite up as well, so lethal damage almost there. Not quite. But still very, very close. Hook almost a Tien, but nothing really coming of it just yet. But yeah, like you can see like the amount of pressure onto the spot lane like already. And that's just from a couple of hooks. Imagine all of a sudden a Trundle shows up into the pillar, and if Xernean does not have the E up from cooldown, obviously they can definitely be a very rough time for the bot side of the map. So this push will continue to happen in the game. Ignite does come down.
Knight does come down. Xernean did look for the engage there, using that grand entrance a little bit aggressively, but able to survive that relic shield, giving her some procs of health back. But Carino playing the Syndra very aggressive. The hook does connect from Pyke. Not able to punish High Legacy any further though, who will just retreat underneath his turret.
Yeah, and we did actually see, I think this matchup was it last night between Harmonica God and I can't remember who was playing the Singed in that game between, it was UBC Solder, yeah, because UBC Solder actually flipped the Ornn under the tower with the little poison field. Actually, Xernean.
Oh, Xernean, X17 looking for it. Has been ignited though. The stun from Carino. Xernean chunked. Electrocute already procced. Xernean possibly going down here. Will flash away. Grand entrance as well. Trundle pillar dodge. Xernean gets out. Houdinian on the rift here.
And that's the power of the Rakan, right? We just talked about like the mobility of this champion. Yes, she did have to burn her flash there, but burning her flash and saving the overall power of this bot lane is much more important than just not ultimately saving your flash in that situation, which most people probably thought, oh, this Rakan's just dead, but the cooldowns came back up for the Grand Entrance, allowing the Grand Entrance plus the Flash to actually just barely get away from that Trundle Pillar. Rare Candy almost canceled Grand Entrance there, but that timing is very, very hard to do. Not an easy thing to replicate there, so definitely can't blame Rare Candy for using that Pillar, but still really well done there by Xernean actually surviving that situation, which so far this has actually allowed, this Wukong and Flying Squirrel to just keep on farming. He hasn't really had to babysit the bot lane, and they're only down about 10 CS, which definitely is a bit of a plus side here for Glaive Bingus.
Absolutely a plus side for Glaive Bingus, as we see Panzora just harassing and flinging Hasm. Once again, being that very annoying champion in the top lane that we know Singed can be. Currently not looking to proxy farm just yet, as he does not have much items into his inventory, but hopefully we'll see that soon, just so we can get some laughs. 17 though, looking for an engage here, will land the Blurring Skewer as Xernean using that Grand Entrance to deter any Gamma aggression. Carino and 17 are actually playing this lane a lot more aggressive than I thought they would be. Orion, what are your thoughts on how aggressive they are so far currently? Would you say that's a good idea, or maybe
yeah, they definitely need to keep being aggressive, but Hasm is doing a bit of 1v1ing here.
Panzora with that poison trail there. And Panzora is just running circles around Hasm, but level 6 for Hasm is now here. Mega Hisu to slow him down with a flash from Hasm. Panzora goes down.
Yeah, actually, very crucial thing by Hasm there. Walked outside of the little poison W thing that Singe puts on the ground, which actually grounds you. So he would not have been able to cast that R2 there if he had not taken that micro step backwards to recast the Orin. So a very small micro play, which does show that Orin does have mechanics up in that top side. So
my god.
I mean, it's a still, but if he had kept walking forward, he would not have been able to recast the ability, and Singed would have lived. So ultimately, you can't say Orin does not have mechanics because he just did it.
Orin mechanics, that is not something I thought I would have heard. What's next? He can buy items from his own. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, as we see Glaive Bingus working on this Hex Tech Drake here, they will get it uncontested. Dog Gamma do not currently have the strength to contest over that Drake. They probably want to, of course, get more gold into their carries here and look to burst out Glaive Bingus on one of these next neutral objectives. 17 and Carino, though, looking for it as the Scatter the Weak. Bone Skewer connects the combo. High Legacy having to expend that flash to ensure he does not go down.
Yeah, it's a nice flash timer being burned there too, because it's before the level 6 timing for both bot laners here, which would allow the hook, if another hook lands, or just another stun from Syndra when they're outside of turret range, would allow Pyke the very easy setup for the E into the ultimate there to come down, and a very, very easy kill.
Legacy has just been getting hit by Bone Skewer after Bone Skewer here. Tell 17 to turn off his aim assist because he does not miss. As Panzora and Hasm battling in this top lane again, nothing will come of it.
Yeah, there are some wards being cleared out here. Sorry, the wards being placed here by Vincine where they make sure that they're not really going to get any more pressure. Because like you said, they are being very aggro, playing up in their face constantly. And when they hit the level 6 marker, they will have that ultimate kill pressure. Because not only do you have the execute coming down from Pyke, but you also have the execute there from sorry, Syndra, but we do have a Panzora play.
Panzora played the fling from Panzora as Hasm was launched up into the other Cyclone as well, and that is a Ornn down. Flying Squirtle gets the kill.
Yeah, well done there by Flying Squirtle to knock up the Ornn so he couldn't recast the second portion of his ultimate there. Probably wouldn't have meant too much in the whole grand scheme of things, but yeah, overall really well done there to secure the kill and to kind of continue the Singe, allowing this to keep on applying this pressure. In fact, because Hasm did use that flash to pick up the solo kill there, so as Flying Squirtle, he does pick up the blue buff here, but Rare Candy is able to sneak away the Scuttle Crab right underneath his nose. And really the only lane that's been basically dominated in this game has been the bot lane here. Carino and Vincine are up 20 CS down here as, those look like, the junglers here are doing a bit of scrapping, but overall, definitely not looking to scrap too much as Hasm has been back in the bot side. But yeah, big wave stacking here, and High Legacy is basically High Legacy is in lethal range from that much HP.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see the Glaive Bingus bot lane here trying to get level 6 as desperately as they could, and they finally will be able to. So now, of course, Carino and 17 here having to be a bit more cautious because they do not want to get caught up in that quickness grand entrance bullet time combo. Epic Champion, though, we really haven't talked much about the mid lane because it's just been a farm fest in the mid lane. Pretty chill, pretty relaxed for both these mid laners here. Most of the action has been on the top and south side or bot side of the map here. I wonder if these mid laners here will get into the fray pretty soon as the Mega Adhesive Fling combo from Panzora once again with the tower shots to chunk down Hasm to about 2/3 left of his health bar here.
Yeah, that's all really Panzer can really do in this matchup, right? Because he can't really contest the push of Ornn because of the amount of AoE abilities that Ornn has in the kit. But Epi Champion uses the ultimate there to just clear out the wave. That tries is wanting to maybe, I don't know, maybe he was afraid that like he was going to get pushed into his tower, but ultimately that will be on cooldown in terms of like the next major objective. Yes, the Herald is up and available, which probably could be like a signal cue here for Rare Candy, which obviously he is already starting up that Herald, it does look like here on the minimap. So obviously with Epi Champion's ultimate being on cooldown, it definitely is a pretty opportune time. But the next play besides the Herald is going to be this Dragon, which Glaive Bingus have already started stacking up here with the first one being acquired. And, you know, High Legacy, you know, they are trying to set up Flying Squirtle here potentially with this trying to hold the wave, but Squirtle does end up clearing away that ward, which does reveal him, which is why we're seeing a bit of a back off here from Carino and Vintine. They're actually piloting towards mid. They really want to make sure that bush is control warded because that would allow not only protection for themselves, but also protection for Kush in this mid lane with that control ward that was placed over the red buff.
Absolutely, like you said, Orion. And you know, with that being said, yeah, Kush, the mid lane has been pretty peaceful so far for both of these laners. They've just been able to farm up without any jungler interference, any jungler aggression, but that will look to change here as we approach the 15-minute mark of the game here. Inferno Drake spawning in about 10 seconds. I think we might have ourselves a 5v5. Both teleports are up for our top laners here as we see Flying Squirtle working on this Scuttle Crab here to get vision on this next Drake. 17 was going to contest that, but of course cannot step to the Wukong at this time.
Yeah.
Rare Candy though.
Ooh, both top laners have actually already TP'd here, so it's going to be about fighting for position here. If Glaive Bingus, like, if you get him into a choke, or you get all the layering of the CC, these fights will be very easy here.
Oh,
and they
and
go!
Xernean and Panzor use the Blast Plant there, but Epi Champion already chunked out so much. Bullet Time does so much damage, and that's already 2 down for Gamma. Hasm is next. 17 and OG Kush on the retreat. Panzora found the pike, flips them back forward. Panzora slays 17, and that's a near ace for Glaive Bingus. They get the Inferno Drake as well.
Oh, they got a huge pick there onto Epi Champion, but Hasm shot the ultimate to Africa. I'm not sure why that hit absolutely nobody. And it was a huge whiff because not only did that allow Epi Champion to reposition, but it allowed basically not to secure that first kill there, and the rest of Glaive Bingus there was able to reposition and just run right through the composition. We talked about the very little to no disengage there for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma, and we saw it there. We get the nice pick. They were in a pretty solid position, but a huge whiff of execution there from Hasm on the Ornn.
Yeah, huge whiff from Hasm there with the Ornn ultimate. Quite unfortunate because Epi Champion was literally like a 16th of his health bar left, but able to flash, able to escape, and that is just all he needed. Able to put down those abilities and ensure his team could, you know, clear up the rest of the fight there. And we saw that the bullet time did so much work. And High Legacy now 3-0-2 on this misfortune. Kraken Slayer already online.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty rough here on out for Dorado Gaming Gamma, I gotta say, because the composition, once again, is very, very easy to pull out here from Glaive Bingus. You already have a 3-0-2 misfortune. Yes, she is behind in the farm category, but she is definitely going to be able to have a very easy time in these fights, because really the only person that's going to end up getting on top of her is if she gets hooked by a pike out of position, or if the Ornn ultimate is able to come over the top, right? But
oh my goodness, Carino flashes forward looking for the scatter the weak combo, but High Legacy has survived due to Xernean's charm. Xernean the GOAT saves her ADC, and High Legacy gets out. Wow, that is a support play if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was very well done. They were almost able to pick up the kill regardless there because Pike was able to get the Death March to come through, but a nice flash also from High Legacy to be able to survive. But Epi Champion is being positioned here. Hasm,
the Ornn comes out, but the Encore as well does chime up Hasm and Rare Candy. Triller to slow Epi Champion with Chomp, and Panzora can only just watch as his mid laner goes down. Flying Squirtle flashes over the Shirima Shovel here to ensure that OG Kush does not escape. Flying Squirtle on a killing spree.
Yeah, we saw the initial TP there come out from Kush. He thought he was able to show up to that fight, but instead, Flying Squirtle able to cancel that one out and ended up killing him in the process there. So really well done there by Flying Squirtle to not only, not make that bad play even worse from Glaive Bingus, but still it turns it around into a 1-for-1 there in that personal exchange. So and just look like Panzora is gonna potentially run down Hasm here.
Panzora is running down Hasm again. Who is the top father now? Panzora punishing Hasm. This should be a solo bolo given over to the Glaive Bingus top laner. And my goodness, Orion, this is quite a game so far for the side of Glaive Bingus. But the gold is only, my eyes are not deceiving me, the gold is only 300 in favor, 400 in favor of Glaive Bingus. Where's the gold on this team here? Let me take a look, because wow, that's just, you would think it's a lot more.
Yeah, they got the entire bot tower there off that push when they made the initial play onto High Legacy and Xernean. So that is where a lot of that gold is being sent, from the tower plates, and also the gold itself from the tower dropping there. So it is still, like you mentioned, a relatively close game, but in terms of like where all the gold is being positioned here for, Glaive Bingus. You have High Legacy, who is 3-0-2. That's where basically all of your damage is going to end up coming from in these exchanges. And the rest of the team is mostly just going to be about setup and mostly just about like making sure that North Fortune is able to press the bullet time and get a lot of her damage up in these team fights. So, obviously a lot of the pressure is going to be on High Legacy this game. Are you going to be able to get these very solid bullet times off, or is Gamma going to be able to actually find High Legacy in these fights and make sure that they are not able to have as much of a impact as they normally would be on this champion?
Yeah, absolutely, Orion. As we see Glaive Bingus now working on Shirley here, I do expect them to launch this Rift Herald in the mid lane as our Mountain Drake is spawning in about 35 seconds here. Carino finds the stun on Xernean, but that is not the champion you want to try to chunk out here. As High Legacy and the rest of Glaive Bingus were able to retreat, Xernean was able to just dash away. And of course, Panzora being that menace, that nuisance in the top lane still. And they launch Rift Herald in the top lane, actually. It's very interesting, as the Bone Skewer stun combo does land, but High Legacy is okay due to that shielding from Xernean there. And now Glaive Bingus rotating towards this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, it's so hard for Gamma to actually get in a good position here, because they have to have Orange still in the top lane to actually answer this Rift Herald, which is going to allow the third dragon of the game, Soul Points, being picked up here by Glaive Bingus.
And Panzora's here to make sure mid doesn't go down either.
Exactly. So this is currently a 5 versus 4. Encore does come up from the bottom of our screen there, but it does look like Kush was able to survive that situation without blowing flash.
Scatter the weak Bone Skewer combo. Undertow as well. Panzora though still pretty healthy. Carino goes down due to the engage from Xernean. Has him now in the middle of the fray. The bullet time has not been used. Panzora is so fast in the back line. The flash, the fling, double kill from Glaive Bingus, and they're tearing through Dorado's team. So many missing things are coming out because Glaive Bingus have just wiped Dorado nearly off the map. Rare Candy is the only one left alive, and the missing things are still coming out. They are having the time of their lives in voice comms right now. You cannot tell me otherwise, Orion.
Well, and we just talked about, right before going into this game, there's literally no point and click or very easy CC to lock down this Singe so he's not able to run amok in these team fights. And we also talked about Singe's passive, where the more champions you hit, especially with the Ghost being active, you are going to hit Mach 10 very, very easily in these team fights, and there's no one to stop him. And Singe actually does a good amount of damage with that poison trail to come through. We saw a couple of those members at the very end of the fight there were surviving with like 300, 400 HP, but the poison trail able to pick up those kills. And now it's a 4,000 gold lead, and for Gamma, you're expecting to fight a soul fight in about 3 minutes time, and you're just not going to have the items necessary to win out on these fights. So it's definitely just becoming a lot worse here for Gamma. Gamma's going to have to start making some pick plays happen. They're going to have to get this Pike involved, get the, just like move this Ornn around the map as much as you possibly can, and just see if, you know, if Glaive Bingus is going to make a mistake, because if nothing happens for the next 3 minutes, Glaive Bingus is in full control of this game with like nothing really to stop him.
Absolutely, and honestly, Orion, I would say this is very uncharacteristic of Gamma here. You know, typically they are the ones ahead, right? They are the ones that have the gold lead. I have not really seen them personally play from behind, so I'm sure for them as well, this also might just be something new that like, okay, we're behind, how can we find ways to get back into this game? And like you said, they need to look for picks. You drafted a Syndra Pike lane, you need to look for picks in the side lane or just cross the rift. Use this super combo to blow somebody up quickly, but as of right now, that's just not the case. But in the meantime, that is the case for Glaive Bingus, because 17 is already down and Hasm is next. They're doing exactly what Dog Gamma wanted to do. That's already 2 down for the Gamma squad. And Glaive Bingus, will they look for the Baron here? And the answer is yes. Will Gamma contest though?
Yeah, honestly, it's very hard to contest because you still have the Encore. You still have like Panzora just to run at you and have the Encore extend through him. So if they contest, they're probably just gonna die for it.
Connects as well, and 2 are charmed up. The Azir is already gonna go down, as well as Rare Candy, the jungler and mid laner for Gamma down as well. And they are still working on the Baron. Carino, the only one left alive. Panzora warding him off, and that will be the Baron over to Glaive Bingus.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing really Gamma can do about that situation. They have no disengage. They have no one to just soak up this Encore to come through. And with Panzora's movement speed, you can just extend the Encore for as long as you want it really to go, as long as basically Sin's able to keep up the pace with the Encore there. So when we talked about, you know, the ease, the execution, now all of a sudden you're up, instead of being down 3,000 gold, you're down 6,000 gold, and also a Baron buff, you know, to go, to pair along with that.
Baron to go.
Yeah, Baron to go for free, right? Like, it's like, you know, obviously Gamma has put themselves in a much worse position because they decided to trade, they decided to look at these types of plays, and ultimately now it's like this soul is uncontestable here, and it's a mountain soul on top of that. We talked about how Pyke and Syndra, they have to work together in unison to really make plays, make pick plays happen in this game. It's like Mountain Soul is probably the best soul in the game, because not only do you get 18% total armor and magic resistance on top, you also get a gigantic shield to protect you from the incoming damage. So not only are you behind in items, which means less overall damage, now you have to also chunk through a shield while also chunking through a Seraphine on top of that.
And I'm not gonna lie, Orion, I'm really seeing the draft prowess here from Glaive Bingus at this time, because think about it, like you said, 17 and Carino, they need to try and chunk somebody out, right? Who's gonna be in the side lane? Typically Panzora, but what's Panzora playing? The Swain. You can't blow up what you can't catch. So it's just that it becomes that much harder for them to find it, as Xernean and Panzora have found the engage onto Carino here, who's already wiped off the man in the Encore, going over 3 leagues of the rift here. High Legacy has already slain 17. Red Candy 17 goes down as well. Hasm and OG Kush are the only ones left alive, as OG Kush was in the mid lane, and Glaive Bingus now extending that goal lead even further. Dorado Gamma in shambles here.
Yeah, and Panzora is just running absolutely amok in these team fights, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it here. Glaive Bingus is putting Gamma in the absolute dirt in this game, and with the Mountain Soul to go, to bow as well, it's like, once again, it's like they just don't have any disengage or any proper way of dealing with the engage that they have, right? You've drafted absolutely nothing to stop them from just sprinting at you and saying, how do you actually stop me? How do you keep a Singed in place? How do you stop the Encore from just following after him? And we saw that Encore covered basically 2 total screens there.
Yeah.
Just because of the extension that ability can have. So, and once again, like, you know, Panzora, all he has to do is just press the Predator button, run through a couple of his teammates and say, okay, who's going to stop me now?
Absolutely, man. What a play from Panzor. What a play from Glaive Bingus right now. Epi Champion here having himself a silent carry performance. 3-1 and 10 on this Seraphine here. Those encores have been phenomenally placed and landed. Of course, the bullet time from High Legacy to clean up. But Xernian, Flying Squirtle, and Panzora finding these well-coordinated plays to enable the two damage dealers, or two more so carry damage dealers on their team to get this damage out. But every champion has to be careful. The Scatter Bone Skewer combo connects, but the Zanyas to keep him alive a bit longer. Xernian goes in, and there's the epic encore, as well as the bullet time. Hasm is down. Panzor has found himself in Narnia and wants to take a troll with him. He is now chasing down the Pike as well. Rare Candy flipped over. Bone Skewer does connect, but Flying Squirtle will be A-OK on the retreat. And Carino out of position. Panzora now chasing this mage here. Whoa, Glaive Bingus here on two fronts. Hope they don't bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, I don't think Carino's going to survive this situation. High Legacy's over the wall. Yeah, Carino's going to try to fight him a little bit. Does actually land a pretty nice ball there, but the wraparound can still happen for this Cinch. And it is going to be a dead center down here in the bot side, unfortunately. But that's really only that's going to be able to come from it. I do like the attempt. Oh, actually.
And there it is, the Unleashed Power. Oh, High Legacy. I don't know if you should have let Panzora take that one. They should still be okay, though, because the shutdown, even though the shutdown is given over to Carino, they're still pretty far ahead. But, I mean, that's still bad, right? Giving shutdown gold over to the Syndra here.
Yeah, it's definitely not optimal, but it definitely, like, obviously it is a pretty big mistake there from High Legacy, keeping the 1,000 gold there over to Carino. But yeah, honestly, like, I do like the attempts that we saw there from Gamma up in that, that little area, because, they did see Epi Champion was basically by themselves, and Seraphine is a very easy target to kill when she doesn't have really anyone around her to play with. So, but unfortunately, the stopwatch did come through, buying time for the rest of her teammates to actually provide the necessary safety there and be able to outright live, and also being able to pick up kills on top of it here. And with this Baron respawning, obviously, once again, the point of contention is going to be towards this objective, and there's not really anything Gamma can do about it, because if they walk into this river, they're going to get chased by a Singed, followed up by an Encore, and the rest of the layering of
and
damage.
Look at Panzora on the flank currently, or is Panzora the one being flanked? He will be knocked up using the Ghost. Of course, the Undertow keeps him in place a bit, but the Mega Hit leaves him, and there's the Encore once again, charming so many. His OG Kush is already down. Double kill for High Legacy. Flying Squirtle is unstoppable. Rare Candy looks to be next, and Glaive Bingus. Will they look to just end the game here? Panzora is able to play the bullet time. Carino is down. That is an ace for Glaive Bingus, and that should be the game.
And absolutely going to move on to game number 4 here. And really, I got to say, a really well done game here from Glaive Bingus. Basically from the second dragon on, when they had the failed ultimate there from Hassan that basically shot it into Narnia, they were able to, basically take over the game, especially Panzora and Epi Champion in this game. Yes, the rest of the members certainly did their job with High Legacy's bullet time, but honestly, Panzora and Epi Champion made everyone else's job just so easy in this game.
Absolutely, Orion, and what a performance from Glaive Bingus. If game 2 was tit for tat, a close nail biter, this one was complete domination from Glaive Bingus. Pretty much, I almost want to say from the first blood kill. I mean, sure, it may not have seemed as obvious, but once they got that snowball rolling, they were just feeling themselves, and they were just able to take leads every chance they got, and it was very difficult for Gamma to try and find a way back into the game. The Syndra Pike bot lane that was supposed to be a kill lane could not get off the ground, so now Gamma have to go back to the drawing board to recuperate and try and bring the series to a game 5.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, what the priority is going to shift to, right? Because we just talked about how, Panzora, not Panzora, but the Misfortune and the Seraphine both coming through on one team here for side of Glaive Bingus, which I personally feel like is a pretty big mistake, especially the fact that you can have Seraphine play both the mid and the AD carry position. As long as Seraphine doesn't actually go into the mid lane here, or sorry, not the mid lane, but as long as the Seraphine's able to be in a position to farm, I feel like those two champions together is definitely a very hard duo to currently deal with in the current meta. So I would like to see, maybe some adjustments here coming through here for Gamma, because I feel like they gave away two of the best champions of the game onto one side.
Absolutely, as Gamma have elected to stay on the blue side here for game 4. So we will see how they adjust their picks and bans. But we're going to take a short break as we prepare for that game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live for Game 4 Match Point for Glaive Bingus, Dorado Gaming Gamma on the blue side here. So, currently, Gamma fighting for their lives now. Not something I thought I would say, to be quite honest.
Mhm.
Granted, once again, I did say I voted for Glaive Bingus to win the series, but the hype and the lore around the Dorado organizations in our league have just been so great. So to see another one actually on the edge of, I won't say elimination here, but at least being knocked to the lower bracket would be quite something to happen. As a matter of fact, oh my god, wait. All right. If Glaive Bingus knocked Gamma to the lower bracket, that would be the second Dorado team that they've knocked to the lower bracket.
I mean, yeah, that's
Oh my god, they'd be so bad.
yeah, it probably would be for sure. I mean, Dorado definitely is a very passionate organization. They definitely like to really support their teams, through and through. So, but yeah, especially after last game, Gamma's going to have to do some adjustments going into this draft, in my opinion, because they gave the Seraphine and the Misfortune over to Glaive Bingus, two of the best champions in my opinion in the game, especially if your team is versatile enough to have the option of going Seraphine either the mid or the AD carry position. Obviously, with the Misfortune being locked in with it, that would, auto lock the Seraphine into the mid lane.
Mhm.
So if your team is capable of doing that, then obviously, those two are a very, very powerful duo. So, but it is like, obviously, the bans so far are relatively the same throughout the entire series here. Most of the target bans have been towards the top side of the map here for both teams across basically every single game. And once again, Gamma are left with the same predicament, and they want the MF this time around instead of the Azir for B1, which I personally really like this change because if the enemy team picks the Seraphine if they do Seraphine Azir, like that's like this is okay combination to deal with because. Like if this is high legacy playing the Seraphine, you could still theoretically pick the Azir on 2 or 3 if it is available here. If Glaive Bingus do not decide to pick that one up. And you could also have a very powerful pairing with the Misfortune in the Amumu, which could theoretically stop some of that engage that happened that we saw from last game.
Absolutely, Orion. And yeah, I wanted to make that point as well that you also called out. Seeing the B1 Misfortune this time around, way better because if you're gonna B1 in Azir as they did last game, you gotta try and at least play for the Azir and get OG Kush to be one of those carries for you. Because otherwise then your draft just looks kind of ridiculous, right? And that's what happened. Gamma got egg on their face this time. So they're drafting a bit smarter, a bit more well coordinated. So far so good with the Misfortune B1 coming in here. Seraphine Wukong for Glaive Bingus though. Quite a deadly combo as we have seen. So I wonder how. Oh, and there's an Aatrox for Gamma being hovered, and they will lock it in this time. They oh,
Ooh.
and they take away Xernean's Rakan as well.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's fun. That's
Yeah.
interesting here.
Certainly a very interesting school of thought there, not wanting to pick more or less for your specific team, but actually taking away a pick that would work very well for Glaive Bingus's composition. And once again, Hassan from last game, he probably feels a little bit disrespected from last game. He kind of got ran around by Sims a little bit there. So, he's saying that I want to be the one dominating this hot lane matchup this time around. So pulling out the Aatrox here in B2 as well. So, and we do see the Twitch to come through here for Glaive Bingus' side, and it's a matchup that we have seen Twitch win in the past, but now that it is the AD Misfortune, it's a position that the Misfortune I do believe can actually win out against this Twitch if the matchup is a little bit more even. Yes, Twitch does have the extended range with the spray and pray, but Twitch can still provide that that lethal damage from the Misfortune if she is not careful. Like if she has to worry about a Seraphine Encore and a Wukong Cyclone over the top. So like if you have all these things flying at you, and then just a random Twitch pops up right like a screen away from you, starts auto attacking you, then all of a sudden like it can be very hard for this Misfortune just want to sit still and ultimate somebody.
Absolutely. Mr. I was hiding, with that poison, creating so much chaos and disarray when the Twitch pops up. They're going to have to do their very best to mark him and at least keep an eye out of where the Twitch appears, and then as soon as he does, hopefully they can burst him out or at least get him out of the team fight, so that way he doesn't decimate their entire squad when these when these encounters do occur here. As we are in our next phase of picks or bans here, that is Lulu taken off the board by Gamma because they also believe that the Seraphine is going mid, as Cassiopeia and J4 now being considered by Glaive Bingus here. The Cassiopeia ban, though, that is a little bit interesting, as we did not see it picked or banned at all in our previous 3 games. So that has me considering, like, okay, what champions do Cassiopeia impact, and why would you take that off the table here? Orion, what do you think? What do you think that Glaive Bingus might be looking here for why they've taken Cassiopeia off the table?
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely just be the fact that Cassiopeia is a pretty good matchup into the Seraphine, because Seraphine can't really deal with Cassiopeia, especially early.
Mhm.
So and also the miasma could theoretically stop like any potential engage, like at the Wukong or like anyone else, to come through here. So it definitely is like it's an idea of thought. I don't think it necessarily would be the greatest champ in this game, because Cassiopeia is very short range. Definitely would get outranged by both the Twitch and the Seraphine as the game does kind of go on. But it could be just kind of
Whoa.
like a school of thought. But another cinch game here for
Oh, let's
Panzora up in
go.
the top lane. He says, you know what, Hasm, I see your Aatrox and I just don't care. That's what he's saying by locking in this champion. He feels like he is just going to run over this composition. And honestly, for Gamma, you're going to have to draft something that says no to Singed. He cannot just run amok in your backline in a team fight. You
So
have
what
to
says
draft
no to
some.
Singed?
That's the thing. Like, you've already drafted your support. You've already drafted your top laner.
Shyvana?
Two of the positions that are typically in position to stop this champion, but they end up going with the Shyvana in the jungle. So they're going to be the ones trying to take try to take it to Glaive Bingus here with this Aatrox, the Rakan, and the Shyvana, and hope that hope of the Misfortune Bullet Time over the top will provide a lot of that damage. There is a champion
There it
that
is.
can stop it.
There
The
it is.
cage is a very powerful tool, because whether or not you are in or out of the cage, you still cannot move through it. So depending on like how fast you're actually going, this Vagar pick does allow you to at least play the game this time around. But still, it does not necessarily do inherently anything into the Seraphine position. So we will see if this cage is going to be enough, but that is a Heimerdinger.
And it will be a Heimerdinger locked in. So that means it's going to be Exernian on the Seraphine this time around, healing up that Twitch or and causing, a lot of protection, lots of shields for the Twitch, for her team. And we will see the Epi champion on the Heimerdinger. I swear we saw this matchup literally, I think it was yesterday. I believe in our previous series. I don't know who won the match,
Yeah.
because I was doing Python, I was doing my AI homework, but I swear we saw that matchup between it, it was Vagar, yeah, it was Vagar against the Heimerdinger, and production told me that Vagar won in game 4. That was our series, the Dorado Gaming Omega against Omega Gaming Obsidian.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the Heimerdinger kind of makes me scratch my head a little bit, because I really want the Seraphine just to go in the mid lane, to be able just to farm, scale up for free against this Veigar. Yeah, obviously Veigar also is going to be basically scaling for free in this game, and will have a lot of ability power as the game does continue. But if you draft any form of disengage for your opposition in the support position, like for example a Diana to come through to protect your Twitch and just kind of stop this Aatrox Rakan Shyvana from getting in your backline, the overall engage from Glaive Bingus is going to be so much better. Vagar Cage can only do so much, because it only works in such a tight corridor, right? If Glaive Bingus is able to come around a different angle, or if Glaive Bingus has basically anything else to come through, then the Janna can be there to protect everyone else, or like basically any type of support. But instead, they opt into sending Seraphine to the bottom side with less income, and their hope this Heimerdinger pick is going to end up providing much more value than any other champion that support position would be able to bring.
Absolutely. And like you also said, Orion, with Seraphine being in the bot lane here, in the support position, not having as much damage, but, having a lot more utility. So what I'm trying to get at is basically we'll need to see Epi Champion and of course High Legacy Flying Squirtle be those robust damage dealers that we know these champions can be on their team. Of course, Panzora, once again, you're on interference. You're gonna have to play a bit more what's the word? A bit more tactfully, of course, around this Vigar here, but I think he should be just fine given how well he piloted the Singed last game around. But for Gamma, once again, I want to see them. If you're drafting Hasm this Aatrox here, I need to see you then try and play for this Aatrox. Vigar, Misfortune, Rakan, they're gonna be fine farming up. I want to see Rare Candy try to punish Panzora and get Hasm ahead in the lane here and let him be that split push threat that he is. I mean, he did it pretty well in game 2 on the Olaf. Wasn't able to eke out the win though. Let's see if they can get the win this time in game 4 and force a game 5. Otherwise, once again, for Gamma, their series will be over, but their playoff run will not. They will face ID Eclipse, who did defeat Goldfish Gaming in a 3-0 series. So I'm sure Gamma does not want to lose to Glaive Bingus here and go against ID Eclipse because, once again, that Dorado reputation, that Dorado pride is on the line here. But if they are knocked out, it's not over for them. So they'll be fine in the lower bracket. But once again, just the pride and the fact of losing in the upper bracket here, especially when their other sister team, Omega, won and their other team, New, was already knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there is certainly that kind of inherent competition because you don't want to be that other team that gets eliminated, right? You want to be that team to be set to say, hey, like I'm the one that knocked out like Omega, or I'm the one that knocked out Gamma, right, in the final. That's obviously what they want to do. But yeah, this game specifically, Hasm will have a bit of an easier time in this top lane matchup against the Singed, but he's definitely going to have to be a bit precarious here because still the flip back into the Wukong gank can still be very threatening here for Hasm. But yeah, I think everyone else is mostly going to be scaling. It's going to come down to execution. Once again, is this Singed going to be able to run amok in the back line once again with the Seraphine Encore over the top as well? If those things happen, then I do think that Glaive Bingus will be able to kind of run over some of these team fights. But I do think that obviously they drafted they drafted the Vagar, which will apply the cage. They drafted some ability to actually go forward with the Siobhan and Rakan to cause their own problems in the backline themselves. And if Carino on the Misfortune is able to get the very powerful bullet time off, then I can definitely see Dorado Gaming Gamma winning these team fights as well. So it's going to kind of come down to kind of how this early game ends up playing out and which team is able to execute on their certain like unique engages that they've drafted for themselves.
And Orion, before we cut to a short break, you don't have to give me an explanation, but I just want to ask you: do you still believe Gamma will eke out the win? Do you want to change your prediction here?
Man, honestly, I think after the last game, with how well the Singe Seraphine Wukong combo just worked out, I'm gonna have to lean towards Glaive Bingus in this one, just because I think if Seraphine was mid, I think I'm really leaning towards Glaive Bingus and winning this game. But the fact that Seraphine's support kind of like it irks me a little bit in this game, because it obviously is not going to provide that much for the team. But I think that if they're able to basically get the same kind of wombo they had last game, then I can see Glaive Bingus winning this one out.
All righty, you heard it here from Orion. He's predicting a Glaive win. I was already predicting a Glaive win. We'll find out if that comes to be, but we're going to take a short break as we prepare for that game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You do not want to miss this. Welcome back, everyone, for Game 4, potentially the series for Glaive Bingus if Dorado Gaming Gamma do not win this game here. Gamma on the blue side, Glaive Bingus on the red. Have ourselves just a standard 5-champ lineup in the Rift. Hasm and Panzora marking each other to ensure they have vision of where they will be in this Rift here and ensuring that no other shenanigans may occur. Orion, you already know what I'm going to ask. I'm not even going to ask it this time.
Well, you know, in terms of the overall runes and summoner spells, nothing really too crazy. Heimerdinger actually opting into the Ignite into this matchup does mean that there isn't really going to be anything, you know, to inherently, like, you know, play TP for. But it does look like, you know, Kush is definitely getting some free AP.
Hold on, Orion. I wanted to make sure my spore bug was also not bugged. Hasm did not buy any items.
Ooh, that's tough. Yeah, that's yeah, no items there for Mr. Hasm. I think he will eventually notice, right? Like, because, you know, it's kind of hard not to notice. So, I don't really know what to say. Besides, maybe pay attention? Forehead?
Oh man, maybe he'll notice when his health bar isn't regenerating after he gets chunked out by Panzora and the minions hurt him so much. Or maybe there's some secret tech, I don't know.
Nah, it's definitely not. Like,
I can hear you coding in the lab.
Yeah, starting items are like really OP. Like Doran's Blade, Doran's Shield. Like those items are kind of gross. Doran's Ring especially. Like, you know, he probably lost that much HP and said, wait, why am I so low? Like he's at 500 HP right now when he should be like at like close to 600. But yeah, Panzora is just gonna keep kind of. He's gonna be able to bully him in this lane now because of the Doran's Ring, you know, to basically nothing. And Hasm also doesn't have a potion to tow, right? So if he does take a pretty bad trade, then obviously, you know, like, you know, he can definitely win out until these things to go. So I'm curious, when do you think he'll notice, or like when do you think he'll like?
I think he'll notice either when he dies or when he realizes his health bar isn't regenerating as fast as it could be. And then he'll realize, oh wait, if I want to put on my carry pants, I need items.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll notice now.
Yeah, I wonder if. I mean, I would imagine he's probably just going to end up like basing at some point, and like he probably won't even buy a starting item at this point. He's probably just going to probably go into like either a serrated Dirk or like if he wants to Gore Trigger item this game, like, you know, it's completely up to him what he wants to do. But he probably just could just completely skip over it because if you look at the gold, he's currently sitting at 900 gold.
Oh, wow.
Because he didn't actually use the 500 that was given to him, so he could base for a very early serrated Dirk if he really wanted to, which could end up helping him in this like overall like these couple of like skirmishes in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely could help him look to punish Panzora here in the early game, in this laning phase here, but that still doesn't solve the health regen problem unless, you know, he backs with like oh, hold on, as the Mega Adhesive comes out from Panzora though, but no further action at this time. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, as long as he backs with at least enough for the serrated Dirk plus some pots, I think then that is okay. He now has enough to do that. He's sitting on about 1165 gold, so potentially that could be the case here. But currently at this time, Flying Squirtle pathing his way to the top lane Scuttle as the bot lane Scuttle was already taken by Rare Candy. We didn't even really get to talk about the Shyvana too much just yet here, Orion. So let's do that. Actually, hold up. As I see both junglers. Okay, nope. They're just pinging about the location, and Rare Candy will back off for the time being. Yes. So yeah, let's talk about the Shyvana pick here because we haven't really seen Shyvana jungle too much. Has been more of a staple in the top lane here. Hold that thought though. Okay.
Yeah,
all right, back to you.
Yeah, nice little skirmish there by bot side there from Carino and from 17 there. But yeah, I do think that this Shyvana pick is definitely like a much more farm-oriented jungler. Just wants to just continuously chunk through those.
Oh, you're right. Look at the items real quick. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, there it is. He was able to TP back. Does get the serrated and actually an additional long.
He's putting on the carry pants this game. He said, "Screw this."
Yeah. So obviously, you know, a bit missed opportune, but I'm curious to see kind of like where this ends up going for him in this top lane, because now with the serrated Dirk, he can really start doing a lot of damage to Panzora in this top lane if he's able to get like there. That was a 200 damage Q right there. So, but yeah, the Shyvana pick definitely is something that we probably haven't seen too much of, but it still is a very farm-heavy jungler, just mainly wants to get level 6, and that's when you really can start running through the game. But I am curious to figure out like how the Shyvana really is going to end up piloting this game, because mostly it's going to be about the engage here from the Sins, from the Wukong and the Seraphine, and the Heimerdinger and the Twitch damage over the top. Like, is the Shyvana going to be able to get in the backline and just basically create space or just create damage for the rest of the teammates to kind of like play out this team fight? Because if not, the Shyvana could very easily be homeless in this game.
Absolutely, and Shyvana though, pretty strong pick. You know, usually going somewhat of that hybrid build. So usually seeing her with the Frostfire Gauntlet into a Demonic Embrace, and that, of course, Dragon Form either the Fireball does so much damage, and that AoE will definitely chunk out this Twitch here and the Heimerdinger if they are caught into it. So even the Wukong to a certain extent. So they'll have to be very careful of their positioning and ensure that Shyvana does not get ahead, as Panzora lands the Mega Adhesive and has him into the tower. Poison Trail, as the World Ender has been used, has him on the retreat though.
Yeah, bit of a misplay there from Hasem. Hasem actually kills him there if Q3 lands. So I gotta say, definitely a bit of a missed opportune play there from Hasem. He could have just popped World Ender, turned around, and used Q3. Would have actually been a kill there, but instead he decided to not. Instead of using the Q3 direct, but actually Panzora's gonna die here.
Ooh, no! Oh, Panzora does die, and Hasem gets the first blood. 10 emo and the angry emo Madge. As we see ourselves, we might have ourselves a little Drake fight. Squirtle chunking 17 to down about an eighth of his health bar left. Karina will have to flash away as the Ignite has been used as well. Rare Candy on the retreat, and Glaive Bingus find nothing. Dorado get the Inferno Drake, and they get out.
Yep, and with Panzora not having flash in the top side does mean the kill able to come through there for Hasem. First blood of the game. And we talked about, you know, this Aatrox, you know, being a very prominent top laner now in the current meta, just provides so much damage and so much healing with this Eclipse build. And we also we see basically in that river fight the power of the cage. No one was able to follow through on top of it, even though it looked like a kill should have been picked up there for the side of Glaive Bingus, but instead it is just a 1-for-0, and the first dragon being taken to the game. And dragons are a very big thing in this game because we have a Shyvana in the game. For every dragon taken, she gets extra resistances due to her passive, which I gotta say is kind of broken. But you know, to be fair, she is a dragon, so it's very on point, very thematical.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a very key thing to kind of keep notice. Like, will the rest of the team here for Dorado Gaming Gamma, are they able to provide the extra dragon takes from the Shyvana just to get tankier and tankier?
Absolutely. Currently 10 bonus magic resistance and armor for the Shyvana, as she gets a extra 5, I believe, for each Drake taken. Yep, an additional 5 for each Drake defeated by her and her allies here. So definitely something for Gamma and Glaive to keep an eye out for and ensure that they don't let the Shyvana get too ahead of the curve with these Drake stackings. As the root from Xernean does land onto Carino here, as the poison chunks out the bot lane of Gamma quite a bit. Hasem now having the advantage in the top lane here. That is something we have not seen for the past 2 games. So definitely a change of action in this top side matchup here. We'll see how Panzora can respond to being, I would say, the weak side currently in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, and it's probably not likely going to change here unless, so if Panzora is able to flip Hasem while he is dealing damage to him under the tower, he can certainly kill him.
Like that?
Oh no.
Oh, World Ender Chains Connect. Hasem finds the sweet spot Q. No, Panzora gets it. Panzora lives. And the question mark, I'm sure, from Hasem came out talking about what the hell?
Oh, Hasem, once again, mechanical misplay. Very similar to what we saw last game. All he had to do was wait a half a second longer, and the Q3 would have been able to pop down on Panzora's head. He gets the kill, he gets the healing, and he gets Triumph on top of that, which would have ended up saving him. Most likely. Obviously, the numbers are hard to say exactly without actually seeing them. But yeah, most likely he would have ended up surviving, and it would have been the second solo bolo of the game here for him. But instead, it's turned completely on his head, and it does not look very good for him in this top lane. Yes, he is still going to be in control, He is still going to look to dominate this top lane, but yeah, a very big mistake from, honestly, a very consistent top laner in Hasm.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very, very critical mistake there from Hasm. Very unfortunate. And honestly, all right, I wanted to ask you at this point, and after the loss they had in game 3, I was wondering, like, at what point do you think Gamma might be tilted? I can't believe I'm even saying that, because I feel like me saying that is going to have them coming for me in the Twitch chat here. As Hasm has been flipped into the turret once again. Flying Squirtle with the Encore Cyclone combo. Carino is down. 17 might be next. OG Kush teleporting here to support his team. The ultimate there is able to take out Xernean, so the Primordial Burst gets back 1. It's a 1-for-1 in the bot lane. Hasm almost goes down, but yeah, Orion. But Epic Champion is here. They will not find anything though at this time. But yeah, Orion, I was even nervous to say that, because I'm like, yo, they finna flame the hell out of me if I say this on.
No, I mean, honestly, though, it's relatively a pretty fair statement. Like, Hasm he keeps almost dying the same way over and over again, and I gotta say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I do kind of have to say that. So Hasm probably ultimately realized, okay, I cannot be within tower and hit this guy if I'm not gonna want to get flipped and die. So we will see if it keeps happening, because he keeps getting very close. But he's still doing a really good job of just chunking out the Singe, being high up in the CS. Like, he's up 25 CS, right? Singe is going to have the base TP back to the tower. But we have to talk about a little bit of this exchange that happened on the bot side of the map, right? We see, once again, the combo, the Wukong and the Seraphine able to just layer all that CC, very easily pick up the kill there onto Carino. But OG Kush able to TP out of the bot side, able to pick up the kill there onto Xernean. Xernean did have flash up, so definitely probably could have flashed away. Yeah. Potentially, right? Because he could have dodged away from some of the damage there from Kush landed QW and ultimates. Gotcha. Definitely could have been a theoretical thing to happen, but Flying Squirtle is in position. Once again, does not have Cyclone just yet, though.
Flying Squirtle dashing onto 17 here, who also dashes away. Flashes the emote here just to troll a bit. Panzura walking right into Hasm though, as now we are jockeying for position, and oh no, High Legacy and Xernean are down. You cannot walk face first into a Rakan. You should know better. That is a big red flag. Wait, Flying Squirtle though. What? Flying Squirtle? What is going on here? Flying Squirtle was looking for something, and you have just now given over 3 kills to Dorado Gaming Gamma. And yeah, they get the Drake as well. So that is another Drake here for the Shyvana and the Gamma side. What the hell?
Yeah, really big mistake there mechanically there from the side of Glaive Bingus. We just saw, we saw the Rakan pass by. They decided to go on the Misfortune instead, but Rakan able to get the charm there onto High Legacy, but Xernean flashed on top of Rakan to get charmed up, and then the knockup came through, so was not able to get the encore in on time there. So very big misplay there from Xernean in the bot side of the map just to get charmed up and die for free. But yeah, and also Flying Squirtle just making a bad situation worse there. And now with Hasm's lead up in the top side, the tower is going to get very dangerously low. Does force Panzura's TP. He will be a quick boy out of the TP. So
I get adhesive, the ghost, the flip as well, but tower cannot assist Panzura this time on taking down this Aatrox. The poison trail does chunk him down to about half his health. 17 is here though to assist. Now currently on the retreat. They know where Flying Squirtle is though, and Hasm does have vision on Panzura. Panzura will not be able to walk out. The chains connect, but uses the adhesive there to slow Hasm a bit. Panzura walks out. The lane returns to somewhat of an equal state as Hasm is now pushing in these minions.
Yeah, definitely starting to really get the advantage of this top side. We saw, if Panzura doesn't have the tower, it's very hard for him to actually just cut through the amount of healing and the damage that the Aatrox does have in this top side. But overall, this game is going much better here for Gamma in this game. Definitely off to a much better start here. And And really, like, with the ability to use the Shyvana and the Rakan to get in the backline, Misfortune, like we just saw, can still do a lot of damage with the bullet time. And if the cage is basically in front of Misfortune, Singe, Wukong, like those champions are not going to be able to get on top of the Misfortune to stop those engages. We do see the Q bounce there with the extra crit when you kill a minion, doing a lot of damage with the Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw, High Legacy being chunked for about half his HP bar there. Panzora and Hasm once again wanting to contest. Rare Candy using that Dragon's Descent, though, being chunked underneath the turret. Panzora walking away as the fireball comes out and chunks him to about 1/8 of his health bar. But Panzora will be able to escape at this time, should be able to recall safely without any further aggression from Dog Gamma.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about this mid lane matchup once again because it's just been completely scaling. But if we take a look at this Vhagar, he currently sits on 165 additional ability power. And is most likely going to be building towards that death cap, which everyone knows takes Vhagar's ability power to the complete next level. And we've already seen Vhagar's damage being a lot in this game. We talked about the crucialness of being able to just keep the Sims, keep the Wukong in place, making sure they don't actually engage onto your backline. And Gamma has done a good job of actually drafting that this game.
High Legacy and Xerneas need to be careful here as the Grand Entrance Charm goes wide. Spray and pray from High Legacy. Rare Candy being chunked out. The Cyclone connects. Rare Candy almost down. Flying Squirtle is looking for it. Contaminate does not connect. And Rare Candy lives. Glaive, Bingus, the bot lane, and the jungle are down. That is a 3-for-0. For Dog Gamma once again. Epic Champion on the retreat.
Epi.
The root connects. Primordial Burst. Even with the stasis, he should go down here. That's 4-for-0 for Dog Gamma. And once again, Dog Gamma are not going quietly into the night. They want the game 5. And now, Glaive Bingus are currently 7k gold behind.
Yeah, definitely very far behind in this game. And I gotta say, for Hasm, that was the definition of a kill steal there onto Epi Champion. The guy was 99% death, and he just auto-attacked him with a gigantic sword and said, my kill. So, but yeah, definitely a very solid exchange on the bottom side of the map. We see, 17 able to land the quickness there with the Grand Entrance. And even though they were able to survive initially, Flying Squirtle able to get in the back line, the deal breaker there was Hasm TPing into the fight, landing Q2 and Q3 onto some skulls there, doing so much damage with this Aatrox. They're already completed 2 items here at the 18-minute marker, and this game is definitely looking much better for them in this game. Basically the exact opposite of what we saw in game number 3. Basically a complete stomp here for Dorado Gaming Gamma, and obviously for Glaive Bingus. They had a very similar composition as last game. They're probably thinking of something very, very similarly. They want to be able to chain their ultimates into a very nice line of CC and just have this Singe run amok. But this time, it's going to be a little bit harder to execute on that because you're going to have to run through an MF ulti. You're going to have to run through a Vhagar cage. These abilities are not the easiest to pilot through, but we do have the 3rd dragon of the game up and available. All 10 members are down on the bot side of the map. Has him in position here.
Ooh, Epic Champion will have to flash away. 17 finds the charm, but the Encore connects as well. There's so much damage that the Heimerdinger cannon bursts so many members of Gamma down. Hazel is trying to do the best he can, but Gamma has 3 remaining, as well as Glaive Bingus. Epic Champion and Xerneas on the retreat. High Legacy still alive. Hazel, Rare Candy, and Kush warding away the Bingus members, and High Legacy is down. Gamma have found the fight, and Gamma will get the Ocean Drake. Hasm gets the double kill.
We talked about the fact that Sid's going to have a hard time getting the back on, but the cage did not go onto him. It went to stop the rest of the members to get in the fight. So Singe was still able to affect that fight fairly well, able to get a nice flip there onto Carino, basically dealing away with their AD carry before the fight was really able to get going. So no bullet time came over the top, but it still just did not matter. In this team fight, Rare Candy and Hasm and Kush were able to take over the later half of that fight. They're able to pick up a lot of kills, and now we're at, once again, a very similar story to last game. Soul Point here spawning up in the next about 4 minutes, and Glaive is going to be in a position to fight for it when they're already down 8,000 to 9,000 gold here in this game.
Absolutely, Orion. And what a flip of events. What a turn of events here. This is night and day of game 3 and game 4 here for Dog Gamma we've seen. And now Hasm is looking like a prophet for that play he did. If they had lost the game, we would have trolled, we would have memed him to death. But it is actually working out in his favor. And if they win this game, it's gonna look like, you know what, I planned for that. Well, Hasm obviously did plan for it all along, but it'll just look like a very good play from him.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a pretty solid Aatrox game in this one. And honestly, Aatrox is just a very powerful top laner in the current meta, really, because he provides not only so much damage as a tank, and he's also very tanky at that. Like, this guy is building Black Cleaver, Maul of Memorius, and he's going to have a lot of built-in healing with the World Ender to come through. And OG Kush, the second this death cap gets purchased, his ability power is going to go from about, let's see, he currently has 505 ability power. He's probably going to go to about 1,000, or like very, very close to it. So if they purchase the death cap to actually come through here. So as Hasm is definitely going to start really gaining the push advantage, which is going to draw over towards the Baron here for Gamma. Blue Trinket has been spawned, and Bingus does know this is happening. And once again, a very tight choke can work well here for Bingus.
Champion, it has been stunned and rooted up. The Encore connects. 17 should be the first to go.
Panzora.
Gamma though. Panzora and Flying Squirtle were in the back line, causing as much chaos. High Legacy is able to get the shutdown on Hasm though, and that is a very critical takedown that Glaive Bingus need. And now, what will Gamma do? How will they respond? They have to retreat because Glaive Bingus is running down their mid lane now, looking to take this tier 1 turret and get this objective bounty gold.
Yeah, just too deep there from Hasm. The rest of his teammates were not able to follow up. They do invest the bullet time here to knock over the mid wave so they don't actually get this mid tower, which I do end up liking the decision here from Carino. But yeah, just too deep there from Hasm. Singe actually able to just walk at the backline here, forcing a complete retreat there, not able to kill him with the damage they had, and they were able to just pick up the teamfight victory there, even though they got the initial pick there onto Epi Champion. We talked about how tight corridors or tight areas work very, very well for the composition here of Glaive Bingus, and ultimately it does work very well for Dorado Gaming Gamma as well, but you just have to be in position first, and Singe was able to have a much better impact in that team fight than the Aatrox did with Hasm.
Absolutely, Orion. Singe having so much impact, as well as Flying Squirtle. We cannot discount the Wukong who got in the back line, created the space for High Legacy, Xernean, and Epic Champion to get their damage off, created so much disarray and chaos in the Gamma back line there. And of course, Hasm as well, charging forward so aggressively, but his team was dealing with a Wukong and Singe, so they could not come assist them. That allowed High Legacy and Co to just take him down, giving that shutdown go over. As we see Gamma here taking the Baron without any contest from Glaive Bingus. I don't think, I mean, sure, they won that last team fight, but they are still not in position to contest a Baron dance here at this point. So they will just give that one over for free, as they are now looking to get priority over this Cloud Ocean Soul.
Yeah, they're certainly going to get priority over it, but still, like we talked about earlier how the Heimerdinger has the Ignite, and Gamma did a very good job of recognizing that the Heimerdinger was in the bot lane with the Vigard there, because he's the one that has to answer that push. So they said, hey, like if they come, it's a 5 versus 4 fight for the Baron. We can very easily win it, but now it is all about posturing for position here for both teams, really. And honestly, if you're Gamma, there's no reason not to just push down the mid lane here. Just to force them to come in the river, but instead they're gonna end up giving up position because Panzora was taking out the bot wave instead. So once again, Gamma has placed their vision, they have readjusted position, and now they have the mid wave pushed, it is just going to be not an answer. It is just going to be a 5v5 fight over position here for both teams. Xernean trying to fight here a little bit. Epi Champion is going to end up placing some turrets, but Hasm is on the flank. He is in a really good position for High Legacy.
They pinged him out. They know where he is. High Legacy using that ambush there to just
Oh,
ensure
look at the back line.
High Legacy has been caught between Xernean and Hasm. The Twitch is already down. Gamma is just tearing through Glaive Bingus. Panzora can do nothing as his team has already been decimated. Flying Squirtle also on the retreat, and Dog Gamma will get the Ocean Soul. Let's see what they'll look to take next. They should charge down this mid lane turret and look to take this tier 2.
Really good coordination there from Gamma on full display. We talked about the flank from Hasm, but we also have 17 charging up the quickness, using the Grand Entrance to get on top of the backline with the Shyvana, with the Aatrox. And we talked about how are they able to beat enough disruptors in the backline. Well, guess what? When you're up 10,000 gold and you have an 8-2 Aatrox, you are certainly going to one-shot the backline. And we saw it there. Twitch survived 2 Qs from Aatrox and just completely got blasted into the stratosphere there, basically. And they are going to be able to protect the inhibitor here, so that actually is a pretty big deal here. But still, the Ocean Soul is still being picked up, so all that extra healing is going to feel very, very good for this team, because you're already up 10,000 gold. The item differential is just really, really massive. And you're already having to deal with, like you said, like getting through these extra items. And on top of that, the Ocean Soul as well with the extra healing is just going to feel so good in this game. And really, you know, for Glaive Bingus, all you're doing is, okay, how do we win game 5? Because this one's looking pretty doomed, I gotta be honest. And ultimately, you know, that can be a pretty good way to save your mentality, right? Because ultimately, you know, this game just didn't quite pan out the way you wanted it to. And really, it's like, okay, like, you know, what's our idea going to game 5? Do we still want to work with this Singe combo? Like, do we have to worry about Hasm's Aatrox in game number 5, right? So it's like, ultimately, you know, it is going to be like, you know, whether or not they can actually change some things up, because yeah, they had things working for them, but this game not quite able to get all the things working together. As you know, nice little damage there from Epi Champion, but ultimately not gonna matter all that much, as he does have the Ocean Soul to heal him up when he does land a Q or so. Ultimately, Ocean Soul only does something when you're actually in combat, so that is, you know, something to kind of think about here. But it does look like they are just going to push down the mid lane here for this first inhibitor.
Absolutely. They do finally get the mid lane inhibitor here for Dog Gamma. They are now looking to push in the bot lane here next. Minions will need a little bit of assistance to get there, but with Carino clearing them out pretty quickly, that should just about happen. So our next objective on the map here for Gamma will be this inhibitor turret in the bot lane. Perhaps the inhibitor, we'll have to see how their siege works out here. They should be able to at least get the turret with this Vigar Misfortune combo, probably more. And we'll see if Glaive Bingus will look to mount a sturdy defense here, or if they'll just give it over without a fight.
Yeah, it's definitely not too great here. They are able to try to potentially look, because they have the Twitch go invisible, but he does not have the Ghost. He does have the Flash, but instead they're just going to give away the inhibitor. They don't want to risk the game just quite yet, but ultimately, you know, at some point, Glaive is going to have to fight for their base at some point, right? Which ultimately might just end up being the 2 Nexus towers. But I think everyone knows that when you get all 3 inhibitors and you get the 2 super minions in each wave, it basically becomes just outright impossible to deal with those siege minions, especially with Baron spawning up in about 50 seconds time here. So if you are Dorado Gaming Gamma, you're basically just starting to, you know, dot your I's, cross your T's. They're going to do the Baron. They're going to push out waves. They're going to destroy the last remaining inhibitor. And honestly, I would be surprised if they end up even playing for this Elder Dragon, because ultimately, you know, Elder Dragon is a way for Glaive Bingus back in this game if they were able to pick it up. You know, you are down 13,000 gold, but Elder Dragon is the most powerful buff in the game. Ultimately, it is very, very game changing. Now, I'm not saying that if they pick it up, they're gonna win, but it is a possibility here for this one, which is why I really would like to see Gamma not to play for it like at all.
Absolutely, Orion. As we see Glaive Bingus here looking for a way into their own jungle, currently not allowed, as Dog Gamma just taking over the map here, not giving them a single inch, not allowing them to get any vision as they look to work on this Baron here.
Yeah, absolutely here. And obviously, you know, they are posturing for position. Panzora is ghosting, running very fast.
And Zora is ghosting, running very fast. The bullet time comes out, but to the avail of nothing. Cyclone as well, completely useless as this time. Panzora caught in the cage here. The Encore comes out, and High Legacy doing so much damage, almost able to chunk out the Aatrox, their rare candy, on the retreat. 17, and the Epic Champion here in the cage, using these turrets here, trying to get as much damage down, but Carino is now unstoppable, able to take out the Heimerdinger here. High Legacy on the retreat with the assistance of Xernean's beat drop there, rooting the Gamma members into place, and Glaive Bingus will have to reset here, and Gamma will get this Baron without any contest.
Yeah, very a valiant attempt there from, Glaive Bingus there, because ultimately, they had to do something. It's better to play for your it's better to play for your life than just lose slowly at the end of the day, because ultimately, there is still a very, very small chance they could play for it. But instead, what this does mean, though, is the Elder Dragon is going to spawn up here for, for the taking of either team, really. And obviously, with the pressure that Dorado Gaming Gamma does have in this game, they're definitely set up to outright just win this Elder Dragon fight. But that does not mean a steal is out of possibility here, which is why I would much rather see just Dorado Gaming Gamma just push out their waves and just not even come here. Or they could set up a bait, which is what they're doing now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As the Encore comes out, and Flying Squirtle has already been chunked down. Panzora in the backline here. Dragon Descent will force High Legacy and Xernean away. Panzora is on an island by himself, and Gamma are just tearing through Glaive Bingus here. That is a triple kill for double kill for Carino here. That is an ace for Dog Gamma, and that will be game 4 for Dog Gamma. We are going to a game 5. Cue the Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, really good job there by Gamma, not even giving Bingus a potential or any thought of an idea of a comeback whatsoever. Just straight up setting up a death push there. They walked right into it, and when you're down 18,000 gold, that's what's gonna happen to you basically every single time. So, but that does mean we are now going into game number 5 here, but that does give side selection over towards Glaive Bingus. And we saw last game, right? We saw the fact that, blue side typically has been dominating at least a little bit, or like in terms of like the draft perspective, in terms of you do get the priority on the Seraphine, on the Misfortune here, which, for both these teams, it definitely does look like the Misfortune is definitely a bit more of maybe, let's say, a problem, or that can be potential to kind of play through here in this game number 5. So I'm curious to see like what the trajectory is going to be for game number 5 here, or like what the side selection is going to be, or what the emphasis is going to be for both these teams. Will Seraphine and Misfortune be open up? Will they both be banned? Like, let's see what happens.
Yeah, Orion, we are now at game 5, critical mass of our Thursday semifinals series, basically our winner semifinals. So it's been a very exciting series. It's been neck and neck. It's been a stomp. We've gotten it all, and it all comes to the end here. We'll see how both of these teams plan to play for their final game in our upper bracket semis here. But in the meantime, we're going to take a short break as we prepare for that. We'll be right back. A little tidbit before we go. Glaive Bingus have chosen the blue side. So we're going to cut to a short break as we prepare for that game. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, as we are getting ready for our Game 5 draft here. It is Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Once again, Glaive Bingus on the blue side, Gamma on the red, and Orion. It all comes to this.
Yep, it absolutely does. And obviously, with sides being shifted here, bans obviously as well will most likely be shifted in at least, some form of fashion, right? Because, when you are on blue side, you have options of banning away, like, maybe some more specific picks that certain players are really good at. Like we've seen, like this GP, this Nocturne, like over and over again. But when you're on the red side, it typically means you get to ban some more of the powerful B1 options that we've kind of seen through multiple of these drafts, like the Seraphine, like the Misfortune, or Gamma could leave up multiple of these overall power picks and just say, "Hey, you pick one, we get like two." Or like we have like ways of playing around your power picks. So that's the glory of best of five, right? Any best of five you see, it's always about like the overall meta of the series, which ultimately changes from game to game depending on like which champion does well. Like for example, going into the series, Gamma might not have felt like Aatrox was the pick to go to, but nope, going into game 5, especially after the performance we saw from Hasm, Aatrox could be the way to go here from an R1 R2 option, especially if Panzora doesn't really have an option into it. Or now that Glaive Bingus is on the blue side, they can afford to ban away the Aatrox pick if they feel like it is that much of a nuance, right? So like that's like it's the one thing I've always really liked about like best of series is like the overall meta that ends up determining like how these drafts end up going. And yep, it's just all of it is just very, very exciting. I think we're waiting on just a couple of more ready checks here to come through from I think mostly just Glaive Bingus. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger of a game 5.
Absolutely. And Orion, if we are, because we are waiting on those ready checks, but right now, if you look in our lobby, the way they're lined up is very different. So I don't know for sure if that's the plan or if they need to change that lineup. Because right now it's Exernian slotted for the mid lane here, Epi and High in the bot lane. So I don't know how real that is. But
Yeah.
if that
Well,
is the case, that would be a very interesting. Okay, yeah, never mind. They tricked us. All right,
yeah, you see,
they they
that's why
fixed it.
that's why you ask first and then be like, because if they say yes, then you can talk about it, right? So, unfortunately, they did a little bit of bit of teasing there a little bit. Xernian says a bathroom break, but I don't know how much I'm gonna believe that one. But yeah, overall, like we are going to be going into bands here very, very shortly. And honestly, like, once again, I'm very excited to see like what these bands are going to be and what it means for the overall picks, right? Because we talked about, right? Like there's multiple strategies you can do. Like you can ban away like the very specific champions that they play and leave up some of the more OP picks of the meta. Or
Hmm.
are you going to just like kind of ban away those and just kind of say, okay, if you pick this, then I get this, right? Like we've seen the Seraphine Misfortune trade happen multiple times so far, just in the series that since I've been here since like game 3. So I'm definitely very excited to see what these bands are going to be as we are into draft here. The Ziggs and the Game Plank here, two mainstays of this entire series to come through, and it does just look like they're going to end up banning away the champions, except the Aatrox to come through here for Glaive Bingus. I like that ban here. Hasn't had a stellar performance on the Aatrox, but now what does Gamma do? Do they leave up all 3 power picks? No. They say they want to ban away the Misfortune. So this does leave Seraphine open for a B1, but also Hecarim as well, a champion that has been nerfed on this patch, but is still a
What?
good jungler. But instead, they want to take the Hecarim B1, which does leave open this Seraphine option here on their side. I'm curious to see, are they going to take it on the R1, R2? I would imagine the answer is yes. But what are they going to pair it with?
Wow, what an exciting and electrifying. Oh, the Ezreal being hovered and the Ezreal being locked in for Gamma once again. So Carino going back on his game one pick here. But yes, like you said, Orion, the Hecarim being locked in here. We have not seen it the entire series until now, as in play. He has been banned literally the entire.
Oh,
Wow, Ezreal Rakan for Carino in 17 here, which means that should be a Seraphine given over to Glaive Bingus if they choose to pick this champ. I don't I don't see how you don't pick Seraphine. Like
so
she's just been so good, and with Hecarim speeding forward, it's another way to extend the encore, right? Like you
absolutely.
take Seraphine here.
It feels like Gamma has lost confidence in the Seraphine pick. It's what it seems like, in my opinion. And with a Nautilus pick coming through here, that does allow the
Nautilus
extra.
picks.
It locks in the extra lockdown here for the
Oh my.
Ezreal and for the Rakan. At the point and click CC, and we there is a possibility, right, that Seraphine just completely goes through this draft,
I was
which I
thinking
would
the same thing too.
yeah, which I would find very surprising. Because especially with the performance that Epi Champion had on the Seraphine in game number, I believe, 4, 3 or 4. 3. Yeah, game number 3, with definitely having very, very solid encore after encore. But instead, it looks like Glaive
Ooh.
Bingus is just doing a much more of a team fight oriented composition, right? With the Nautilus hooking forward, the Hecarim, and the Kaisa, the backline damage that they can provide.
Oh
Uh,
my god.
so definitely a very, and like I said, game 5, right? Like these series, like the meta defining, like they their own metas in the beginning built around series, right? It's definitely
Oh
going
my
to happen
god, yo.
every single time. And Gamma last second lock in here is going to end up being the Vagar once again here for Kush in the mid lane, a champion once again very very good at dealing with what Glaive is distracted so far. All three of those champions are want to go basically right into the Vagar, and if you use the cage appropriately and you deny some of that engaged form, or if you desync some of the engages with the cage, you can definitely provide a lot of value. So now we're going to bans, and now Seraphine has been taken to the ban table.
I don't know how I feel about revealing Kaiser right now. But I mean, maybe Glaive Bingus once again, like you said, Orion. Maybe both teams. Well, both teams realize, you know what? As much as Seraphine is a cool, maybe we're relying too much on her, and let's just go back to our strength. Let's go back to our comfort. And of course, once again, this is game 5. It's not You're not losing necessarily. You're not kicked out of the playoffs if you lose this match, but
Mhm.
you are that much further away from the grand finals here. So of course, both of these teams just looking for comfort, looking for a way to find this last win to put themselves in the conference finals and then of course one more series away from the grand finals here. So Seraphine and Xerath being banned by Gamma as Glaive Bingus bans the Zinzao, and we're awaiting their last ban here. The Zinzao ban to me, or I'm sorry, not the Zinzao, the Xerath ban, probably a response and to just protect their Vigar because of course, with Vigar already having that much range with the cage and the dark matter, they're able to farm up and just create so much terrain and disruption on the rift here. You would then naturally look for another champion that has just as much range as the Vigar or more that can try and look to poke him out the lane. Xerath being one of them. I would assume that's also a epi champion regular or something in his pool that he plays quite a bit because you don't typically just see a Xerath ban randomly, right?
Yeah,
So
that's pretty fair. And I was actually just about to say I wonder if Rare Candy is going to go back to the Shyvana after having a pretty solid performance on number 4, and it does look like that's what it's going to be. It looks like Gamma running back 3 out of 5 champions they have from last games. Just basically running off of that kind of adrenaline from having a very solid performance in game number 4. Obviously, Aatrox incapable of being picked here with the ban to come through on the first rotation of bans here, so they won't quite have the complete run back of champions, but obviously besides the 80 carry as well, with the misfortune being banned. But it does look like, for Glaive Bingus here, it is going to be an all in, just continuously
oh,
run it
that's
down the
right.
throats. And we talked about red side bans being much more of the oriented towards specific type of champions and like some of the more OPs, which is why we saw the MF being banned instead of the Mordekaiser here for Panzora in the top lane. And he has the option of pulling it out in this game. and he certainly wants to in game number 5. We are going to have to wait here to see what the mid lane pick is going to be here for Epi Champion. I would imagine it's going to be just some form of a mage, right? Like we typically see out of him. Kassadin does kind of fit that mold. And it actually does do fairly well into the Vigar, and it Hasm wants to play a Jax in game number 5.
Ah, man, Glaive's draft. I don't know about this one, man. This is looking a little. This is scary hours here because Mordekaiser, I don't have an issue with, right? Mordekaiser into the Jax. That's a matchup we'll get into, but just in a vacuum alone, Mordekaiser is fine because, of course, he can take one of these champions out of the game. I honestly would expect to maybe see Panzor look to ult the Vigar just because of all the disruption. Either the Vigar or the Jax now, right? At this point, because of all the disruption that these champions can play around these neutral objectives here. The Kassadin, though, the Kassadin into Vigar is very interesting to me because, of course, both of these games have gone pretty late. You have gone about 30 plus, 25 to 30 plus minutes. So that's not the issue. The issue is Kassadin short range melee into a Vigar in the mid lane here. So he's going to have to be very careful. And honestly, we haven't seen a lot of jungle ganks in the mid lane to be. Now that I think about it, for the entire series, I don't think we've seen that many, more than maybe 1 or 2 ganks in the mid lane for from the junglers here. They've mainly been on the top side or on the bot side. So I wonder if that might change here in this game 5.
I think it's definitely, very doable for both of these junglers, but the only issue, right, was the fact that you have 2 junglers that basically just want to clear their camps on repeat
Yep.
for basically the entire game. Hecarim obviously is a bit of a better ganker than Shyvana is with the pushback on his E. But still, it's like, Kassadin has like no setup for
Yep.
a gank onto the Vigar. Bot lane is going to be a very volatile lane. I definitely do think that the Kai'Sa Nautilus into the Ezreal Rakan matchup is very favored towards Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Mm-hmm.
And even Kai'Sa is able to stick onto a champion like Ezreal very, very easily if Carino is not careful in that bottom side. And really, Hasm, obviously going into this game, he probably felt like, especially if they didn't ban it, they had to have assumed this Mordekaiser pick was coming out. So going into game number 5, putting all of his eggs into the Jax basket, which definitely is something that, I personally haven't seen a whole lot out of Jax, but this is kind of the style that we expected out of Hasm. And, I got to say, Panzora really got the best of Hasm in game number 3. Hasm got the best of Panzora in game number 4. But all that matters now is game number 5. Both teams have drafted a composition that works fairly well honestly for both teams here. It's just going to come down to execution, which really it's basically all you can ask for out of a game 5, right?
Heck yeah, all right. That's all you can ask for, man. I'm nervous honestly for both because this is a crazy ass draft, like for real. Has him on the Jax here. If either of these solo lanes get ahead, it's damn near game over. If Jax gets 2 to 3 kills in the early game, you're not stopping him.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Same thing with the Mordekaiser. It's a little bit more topsy turvy because Mordekaiser, as much as of a juggernaut he is, the Vigar could still kind of chunk him out and everything like that. As long as the rest of their team doesn't give over too many kills. But we all know Jax is just a headache to deal with, especially if he gets ahead. So, and Hasm has had quite the series. He's had his highs, he's had his lows. Currently coming off a high, obviously in game 4, and looking to close it out and cross the finish line on this Jax here in game 5. I fully expect to see Rare Candy looking to get this Jax ahead as much as he can, because once again, Kush and Kassadin, they're just gonna farm. Right, they're just gonna look to farm and get as much CS as possible. Kai'Sa Nautilus against the Ezreal Rakan, like you said, Orion, they're gonna look to try and punish them as much as possible, especially post 6 with that knockup with the Kai'Sa Killer Instinct there that allows him to reposition. So for the early game, keep your eyes on the top side because I think honestly, whoever wins or gets the advantage top side probably wins the game here.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty fair, pretty fair assessment, for both teams. And really, honestly, like, especially, going into game number 5, right? Like, everything is on the line here in this one. Any mistake is obviously, like, put to the max, right? It is now officially a best of 1. And obviously both these teams recognize it. Both these teams are under a lot of pressure. There's 145 people in chat right now. That is a lot of
Are you
people for
serious?
watching just a a
It's
plat
semifinals.
yeah, a plat semifinal. So it's like, all of us, like, there's a lot of people that are very interested in watching the series. And, everyone is going to magnify everything. It's like everyone's going to be watching every single little mistake. So, we are going to, definitely watch a bit of a banger of game number 5.
Damn, thank you all for showing up to support. I appreciate it. But yeah, like Orion said, hope you're spending those channel points. Bet, gamble. Go ahead. Game 5 is on the line. We're gonna take a short break as we prepare for that. It's Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Winner takes all. Lunar faces ID Eclipse. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, for Game 5. Glaive Bingus against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Glaive on the blue side, Gamma on the red. And it's going to be one hell of a series, one hell of a game. The conclusion is nigh. Glaive using this 5-champ lineup here. Xernian in the front, looking to lock down one unsuspecting Dorado Gamma member who will spot them out. Went to that quickly placed ward there from 17, so they already know what's coming. The blue buff has been warded, but no further shenanigans from the Glaive side.
Yeah, it's a very crucial ward there by 17 to actually spot out the rest of the members, because that does allow Rare Candy to just walk over to their side of the blue buff and ward that one up as well. So, both teams will basically have a bit of, some small information to work with. It basically just kind of depends on like what you end up doing with it. But we talked about, right, both these junglers mostly just want to farm it out. They're not really super interested in being super active and early with ganks here. But yeah, I'm honestly not really expecting too much besides maybe just some skirmishing in these lanes. Like, obviously, we talked about how bot lane's very volatile lane with this Nautilus and the Kaisa. It's most of it's going to be on this Rakan, on this Ezreal, just to not lose too much health in some of these trades. And obviously the top win as well is mostly where we're going to see a lot of this early action between these both two melee top laners.
Absolutely, Orion, and you make a very great point. As we see Rare Candy clearing out his chickens, working towards the bot side of his jungle here, and the opposite for Flying Squirtle. Once again, it's just a farm fest, farming simulator in the mid lane, and currently Panzor and Dog has them not really trading their health bars just yet, but just getting these minions into their pocket here. Xernean and High Legacy, though, as expected, currently having the advantage, currently delaying the level 2 for Carino and 17, which did just come over, and here we go. Here's the trade back and forth between Panzora and Hasm. First round goes over to Panzora, as Hasm will just bounce away, hop away. 17 dashing away, but does not connect the knockup and is already chunked for half his health there. The killer, I'm sorry, not the killer instinct proc, but the plasma stacks from High Legacy are chunking 17 down quite a bit. I forgot how much burst damage that champ can do because she has not been that prevalent in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and we talked about, like, you know, the fact that, you know, for Rakan Ezreal, your only job is basically just survive the pressure that Nautilus and Kai'Sa are going to end up having on you in this lane. And they were basically okay. 17 did not have the W back in there to really to take that health trade there, but instead just chose to dive forward. Now Xernean is actually in minion.
Knock up Xernean in the middle of the minions here as the Void Seeker does not connect. 17 blocking it for his AD carry. OG Kush. Flying Squirtle charges into the event horizon there and gets stunned. Will be able to walk away. Rare Candy here to assist his mid laner, the indestructible from Panzora, as Hasm will have to dash, jump away. And this top lane matchup, there's so much violence on the river, so many close calls, but no one has gone down just yet. You can feel the tension in the air here as the both teams are looking for this first blood kill.
Yeah, well, we did see Flying Squirtle in that exchange with Rare Candy there. Did have to blow the Ghost. So that is going to be a pretty important summoner spell for the next 3 or so minutes there for the Hecarim. Not able to have that extra little boost of movement speed when looking for a gank or anything like that. But as well, you know, we saw the hook there from Xernean. That's an issue when you're playing Nautilus, right? You have to make sure that when you do land the hook, it's like if you land the hook or if you go to terrain, you will always travel there, right? So it's always kind of like Nautilus's thing. So ultimately, that did end up costing Xernean a lot of the HP bar, but Flying Squirtle is seen on a ward.
Flying Squirtle seen on a ward, so is Rare Candy. Panzora still playing this lane pretty aggressively, not afraid to step forward and challenge them, saying, come at me, bro. Death grabs connect indestructible as well, being procced. Hasm will have to hop away. Rare Candy using the flames here to try and chunk out Panzora, but Panzora does not care and is fighting in this lane 2v1 right now. Rare Candy on the retreat. He will go ahead and use that built up damage there to, of course, increase his health bar with the shield.
Yeah, that trade is actually that trade actually could end up backfiring on Panzora a little bit because he already invested the TP to get back into the lane. So now Hasm has TP'd back into the lane with a much better HP position. And now, if Panzora ends up having the base here, the wave is going to be pushing against him. So Hasm can play very aggressively.
Here we go. Counter strike. Death grabs from Panzora misses. Panzora will have to flash away because Hasm did have the upper hand. Panzora now on the weak side of this matchup will have to play a bit more carefully as he does not have any escape tools.
Yeah, and honestly, it kind of depends on what Hasm is going to end up doing with the wave here, because he could end up just pushing this one out, but ideally he would want the wave just to continuously pushing back into him, denying further minions away from Panzora. And yes, Panzora is up in farm currently, but with the way the wave is being basically positioned here, it does look like they could be going back at him, but
Xernean and High Legacy find 17. He has been chunked. The Ignite coming out as well, but it's not enough. Will the Void Seeker connect? No. 17 hiding behind the minions, ensuring that High Legacy does not have a clear shot to try and take him down. Wait, not yet. Not just yet. Counter strike, leap strike from Hasm. Panzura. Hasm takes a tower shot. Indestructible has been proc. Oh no! Flying Squirtle blocks it! And Hasm, Flying Squirtle is trying to give over this kill to his top laner. Hasm knows he cannot get out. He's looking for the counterplay, but it is no avail. First blood over to Flying Squirtle. First blood to Glaive Bingus.
And we talked about, like, it's game 5, right? Mistakes are just maximized to the maximum here, and a huge one there from Hasm. Not only does he have to just basically face plants his flash into the wall, but it's also a kill there over to the Hecarim without Panzura even having to use the Death Realm of all abilities there. So a huge mistake from Hasm basically leads to a 1,000 gold lead there, and we almost saw the kill being picked up there as well onto 17 on the bot side of the map, but it didn't look like, Exernian and High Legacy, they weren't really super interested in looking for that trade initially, but key to note, Shyvana is once again in the game. Champion very good at doing dragons, and you get the extra resistances as well when you do end up killing those. So overall, it is still a pretty okay position here for Dorado Gaming Gamma, but you definitely have to feel for Hasm in this top lane matchup now.
Absolutely have to feel for Hasm, as I know he probably felt bad about giving that kill over, realizing, oh, if I played that a little bit better, that shouldn't have happened. Hasm now, though, taking the fight to Panzura here. Panzura with the Indomitable, that is, as the ultimate from Flying Squirtle with the flash. OG Kush goes down. That's another kill given over to Glaive Bingus here. What a play and coordination from Glaive Bingus to set that up.
Yeah, huge play there from Flying Squirtle, using the Onslaught of Shadows to fear Kush to where he could not be able to use any of his abilities, and Exernian able to flash forward, landing the nice knock up there with the Q to where basically OG Kush was just kept in place. And by that time, he was just so low that even if he did end up flashing away, he would have died regardless there. So a good job by Kush, not using the flash, but still a really well done play there by Glaive Bingus. And now you're definitely starting to really balloon your gold lead here, especially because that kill was donated towards the Epi champion here in that one. So overall, really well done to get the kill there onto the Kassadin of all champions in that exchange, as Panzura does get pretty low. Flying Squirtle is here along with Rare Candy.
Flying Squirtle is here. Rare Candy is real. Flying Squirtle using the charge here as well as the Ghost. Rare Candy ensures that his top laner does not go down. Flying Squirtle now on the retreat. Panzura is a-okay farming up these minions here. Hasm, though, was going to back, now has opted not to because of the push from the Glaive Bingus side.
Yeah, he is going to have to make sure that he is able to accept this wave up here, but does look like Panzura and Flying Squirtle are just going to reset, so Hasm is going to be up in this top lane. But yeah, it does look like, nothing really is happening on the map besides maybe another potential roam here, but remember, Kush does still have flash in this mid lane even after the kill there, so he will most likely be able to survive at least a little bit.
And Orion, look at the gold, the CS right now. That is not something you typically see. Kassadin having the gold lead on a Vygar.
Yeah, I mean, Kassadin actually does do fairly well overall in this lane, because there's Vhagar is not necessarily known as a punishing champion here. So, when you already do have a very, very good scaling champion who is winning in his own outright, all of a sudden, if you're a Glaive Bingus fan, you're certainly feeling really, really good about the current state of the game. Obviously, mistakes can still happen, plays can still happen basically anywhere on the map. By no means is Dorado Gaming Gamma out of this one, but ultimately, Glaive Bingus is definitely doing a much better job currently than what, Dorado Gaming Gamma has been able to produce in this game. And we're definitely looking at, obviously, in terms of the scaling. Yes, one team obviously does have the Vygar in terms of infinite scaling, but we all know about Castle level 6.
Zora using the Death Realm there and waiting for the counter-strike to time out, trying to take Hasm down. Indestructible now use Obliterate as well. Hasm will have to use his ward to leap strike away, and he will be able to get to the safety of his turret there. But this is becoming much more difficult for Hasm here. And Panzura doesn't even have a kill yet. It just has some armor and an amplifying tome there with the steel cap
Oh,
boots.
look at Candy though.
Candy, though,
Candy's driving around.
Dragon's Descent is at 100%. They will find Panzora. The Death Grasp does nothing. Panzora goes down, finally punished.
Yeah, it's a huge kill there too, because we talked about Death Realm being used there to chunk out Hasm there, but a similar play could happen down on the bot side.
A similar play as well. TP coming out. Flying Squirtle was looking for it, and they will have to retreat because of the TP from Hasm. Flying Squirtle was ignited.
Okay.
True Shot Barrage cleans him up. Clarino gets the kill.
Nice TP there to basically not allow the bottom lane here of Exernian and High Legacy to really dive forward into that play, because if they commit to that play, towers are very OP in the early stages of the game here. And we talked about, teams like, obviously, for Glaive Bingus, you're certainly in control of the game, but mistakes can still happen here on both sides. And a really good job by Gamma punishing those mistakes, getting 2 kills while also being set up for this dragon.
Yes, absolutely. Ocean Drake now active on the Rift, now alive. Gamma taking it down without no contest from Glaive Bingus. They should get this scot-free as Flying Squirtle places a control word there. I thought he was going to consider looking for it, but his ultimate is down. So, no. And it will be a Hextech Soul again for us on the Rift here. Gamma already 2 Drakes up to none for Glaive Bingus here.
Yeah, and honestly, I do talk about it. Anytime Hextech map is changed, ultimately, those teleportation devices definitely change kind of how you end up playing basically like the map, right? Because oftentimes champions will end up being to certain places a lot quicker than you ultimately would expect them with the access to these teleportation devices. So I'm curious to see if that will end up kind of changing how some of these things do end up happening here, as Panzora is continuing to just push and has him in this lane, trying to get as much of an advantage in this lane, because Jax is also known as being a pretty heavy scaling champion, and he does stun him.
Panzora using the death scraps again, fighting Hasm underneath his own turret, chunking him down quite a bit. Hasm will have to flash away from the obliterate there once again. So in a vacuum, Panzora not afraid to take it to this Jax. It is a brawler v brawler matchup, and currently Panzora, I would say, has the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely very, very close. It was pretty hard to tell to know exactly if Hasm needed to flash there. But still, he would have gone very, very low regardless if he did not end up flashing there. Sorry, but yeah, Panzora just continuing to dominate it, and really, obviously Rare Candy could end up making a return back to the top lane now that Death Realm is back on cooldown, but that would inherently end up affecting the
and look at Flying Squirtle using the gate there. He was pinging previously that he was going to look for a gank on the top side. Rare Candy was pinging out the question mark pings. They might know this is happening, but it might just be too late to stop it. Panzora, though, as the depth charge has been used, the ignite as well, the devastating charge from Flying Squirtle. Exernian is already down. The fear does connect. Has him finally dead. Flying Squirtle looking to escape, but who would he give the kill over to? It's given over to 17. Panzora will be next. So Gamma get 2 back for 1 that Glaive was looking for initially. Actually, that is a 3-for-1 in favor of Dog Gamma.
Yeah, and we talked about how these portals can just change how you play the game in terms of map rotations and moving around. But the portals are very, very easy to see on the map. You can very easily tell when they're actually used by the enemy team. So that play was extremely telegraphed from Glaive Bingus. And Gamma said, hey, if they tower dive, we can outplay them here with Jax's survivability, using his E, the counter-strike, to dodge out on a lot of the remaining damage. No one ended up killing him very early as they expected. They really only wanted to kill Jax and get out because the rest of the members were coming. The fact that Jax survived for such a very long time allowed the rest of Gamma's members to show up and clean up the rest of the fight. And we talked about Glaive Bingus having such a big lead. All of a sudden, we're right back to even.
Absolutely right back to even, as Panzora has now swapped to the bottom side of the rift here. Exernian, Flying Squirtle, and High Legacy looking to take down Hasm. The hook does connect, Hasm will be able to leap away, so they will not be able to punish. I love it. You know what? That's what I'm talking about, Hasm. That is how you know they still have a good mental in the Gamma comms here. Hasm taunting them, spamming the emotes, and I'm sure that Glaive Bingus are just like, alright, whatever, let's move on to the next thing. Or who knows, maybe he's getting under their skin a bit.
Yeah, potentially, and it does look like the Herald obviously does go over to Glaive Bingus there because they had the multi-man advantage there. But the really key one is going to be this Hex Tech Drake being spawning up here in about 50 seconds time here, and obviously both teams really want this dragon, especially because, for Glaive Bingus, it's about denying the soul push that, basically Gamma has set for them. And for Gamma, it's the exact opposite. You want to secure this dragon because you want the opportunity at a very early soul. You don't want to be fighting over a soul when Cassidy is level 16. If you pick this one up, Cassidy will not have enough time to get 4 levels underneath his belt if he really wants to get it. But very key. They're going to use the Rift Herald to push down the mid lane. Most likely is going to end up securing this mid lane tower. Mid lane tower is below 50%. And if they don't stop the crash, it's going to get the tower, which will allow a lot of pressure to be built in here by Glaive Bingus, because there's not really a way to answer besides just pushing through the mid lane. It does look like all 5 members are here, but the dragon has already been started up. Panzora's in a good position.
Panzora playing defense, playing goalkeeper, trying to ensure that they do not have an easy way into the Drake pit here. As Flying Squirtle finds the onslaught of shadows, they're on to OG Kush and the rest of Gamma. It is a complete cluster in this Drake fight here. Keep your eye on Epi Champion. Where is High Legacy? He's already tripped out away, and Gamma have found themselves an excellent team fight. They have near aced Glaive Bingus, and they get themselves the Hextech Drake.
Yeah, and it probably should have been a complete ace because I had to watch it back, but I'm pretty sure Panzora misclicked. I'm pretty sure he R'd Rakan instead of R'ing anyone else in the fight. So really, like, the second Flying Squirtle really went in, like, Panzora was able to do absolutely nothing because you can't kill a Rakan in Death Realm. It is actually impossible. The champion is just way too nimble in these fights, and with Flying Squirtle just diving incredibly deep, Exhaust was able to get used. All the pressure went onto him because you have 4 members basically hitting you the entire fight. And yes, Epi Champion was able to get in the backline, do a decent amount of damage, but you're only a level 11 Cassidy. You only have an Everfrost as an item. You're not going to provide that much backline damage. And now, like we talked about, it is going to be a 23-minute soul fight, and Cassidy is not going to be ready for that fight. He is not going to want to be, he's not going to feel very confident going into that fight because he just does not have the levels or really the items necessary. And Vigar is already feeling good. If Vigar gets death cap in 4 minutes, he is going to be feeling like an absolute monster to come.
Absolute monster indeed. The evil, one of the most evil Yordles on the Rift here, with that lovely cackle he has, to some would say. But yeah, Vigar already, as a matter of fact, hold that thought. I was going to take a look at his stacks. Onslaught of Shadows have connected onto 17 again, who has ran away, but will be able to be chunked out here. Rare Candy next on the menu. Carino here to back up his jungle. Xernean now on the retreat as Panzora has taken Hasm into the death realm here. They are now collapsing back to where their top laner is. The grass does connect.
Counter-strike
dashes in. The counter-strike. Panzora looking to get something back in retribution as already 2 members have gone down, and that is an ace for Dorado Gaming. Yes, triple kill for Baron, and they're not working on the Baron.
Oh my god, it's gonna actually be a Baron, a 20-minute Baron here for Gamma, and we saw that fight. They beat the initial pick there onto 17 there from Nautilus, but they're still not in a great position to fight. And then outside of the death realm, Panzora pulls the Jax closer to the team, lands a 3-man counter-strike there to actually secure the fight victory there. Massive stun from Hasm, along with massive AoE damage from Kush and Carino and Rare Candy there in the dragon form. And now Gamma is in a great spot. We talked about how Glaive Bingus up 2-0, up 2,000 gold, controlling the early game, on pace to make this one a clean and simple game, and Gamma said no.
Absolutely, Gamma said no. Flying Squirtle and Glaive, they're still looking for picks. They're still looking for a way back into this game. Onslaught of Shadows Ignite from Xerneas to try and chunk out Hasm. Karino unstoppable though, slaying Flying Squirtle with the True Shot Barrage. Rare Candy goes down, the shutdown given over to the Epi Champion. Now at this point you need to play for your carries. Panzora is no longer the priority. Kassadin and Kaiser, father and daughter duo are. It is father and daughter day, and you need to take them to the dance.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna have to be all on Epi Champion and High Legacy, but like we talked about, this dragon is going to end up be spawning here in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And I'm going to check the gold. Vygar is 300 gold off of Death Cap. He has to take a minute's time just to clear a couple of camps, a couple of waves, and all of a sudden you're fighting against a 2-item, 700 ability power Vygar when Kassadin is nowhere near close to where he wants to be. That's the only thing Kush is saying right now is saying, hey guys, I need 200 gold. That's it. And I can win this team fight for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Kush is a menace. Oh, and he is recalling now, and there is the hat, Orion. This Vygar has just become that much more deadly. Once again, Karino having a silent carry performance. We haven't really even discussed the Ezreal. 5-0-4, 700 gold bounty. Already on 2.5 items here, and it's just, this game is just so tough, so precarious for Glaive Bingus here. They really need to keep looking for picks, and of course baiting out this event horizon when they can and not getting caught in it. Of course, Panzura needs to use that Death Realm very precisely, as we are now awaiting the spawn of this Hextech Drake here. But I don't know if
has a 3-man.
It's a 3-man counter strike at 17. Now looking for the knock-up charm. High Legacy, it does connect, but Flying Squirtle with the 3-man fear onto the backline. But Glaive Bingus is already down. Kaiser on the retreat. Epi Champion on the retreat. Once again, another near ace for Dog Gamma. They keep finding the fights before Glaive Bingus is ready. And now that should be a Hextech Soul uncontested.
Yep. And we talked about, you know, this, like, when you get into a soul point position like this, like, it's so hard just in your mind to say, okay, we have to give this one up. And because, you know, the soul is like, it's a 95% chance to win the game when you get soul. It's just the numbers. It's why the soul was made in the first place, to basically give the team just a chance to basically, like, to reward them for being so strong in the early game, as Epi Champion does do a lot of damage, but like we talked about, he is not ready yet. Not quite in position to do a lot of the damage, as Hasm is basing in a pretty precarious position, but does end up backing away here. But, you know, obviously, you know, in terms of the members being, oh, actually,
Epi Champion here harassing Dog Gamma as much as he can, delaying those backs. His mana bar, though, already on E, will need to recall to refill.
And if you look at most of the champions here on Glaive Bingus' side, like, obviously Flying Squirtle playing the Hecarim is going to provide a little bit of, like, the attack damage, like, source, like, threats. But if you look at most of the damage coming through from Mordekaiser, from Kassadin, even from Kaisa, a lot of that is magic damage based. And you can see here from, you know, from Hasm's build, he has the Wit's End. You know, this Shyvana is almost unkillable with the 4 dragons on top of all of the resistance that she currently has. This Shyvana is doing so much damage to the backline threats, and now all of a sudden, Gamma's in another position to pick up the second Baron of the game in about 1.5 minutes time. And Glaive Bingus is gonna either have to find a way to win a miracle fight, or they're just gonna have to give it up.
Absolutely. This Baron here spawning in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Glaive Bingus on the retreat, and their map is just decreasing as Gamma encroaches across on 2 fronts. 4 in the top lane, Hasm in the bot lane. Panzor does not even look to contest. He's just literally waiting underneath his turret now at this point here, as he's waiting for those minions to finally come into his lane so he can clear them out.
Yeah, and once again, like, there's not really much Glaive Bingus can do, because, yeah, Ezreal is stepping very aggressively forward. Yeah, if you hook onto him, the rest of his team is just going to kill you as you would try to attempt to barely kill an Ezreal who has Exhaust and who has Flash. So really the push is just going to continue here for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. And, Glaive Bingus is going to have to eventually find a way to stop some of this somehow.
Exactly. Look at Hasm. Hasm says, you know what, Panzer, I don't even care about beating you in the 1v1. I just want this turret here because I want to send us to the conference finals.
Yep, and obviously the push is still going to continue. Epi Champion has now ticked over to level 14, so that level 16 is impending. But ultimately, level 16 Castle is not an end-all be-all thing. There's still a lot of things to deal with as the inhibitor does end up going down. The Baron is now spawned up here for the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma, but they're not interested just yet. They want to try to fight this mid lane tower. Xernean.
Xernean caught between the event horizon with that dark matter burst. We'll have to recall Hasm and crew now working on this mid lane inhibitor here. They will be able to get it scot-free. They're now rotating over. Ooh, as the Death Grasp almost catches out 17, does not. They're now rotating over toward this bot lane inhibitor here. True Shot Barrage to try and chunk out and dissuade Glaive Bingus from defending their turret, but does not hit too many members. They're currently working on this inhibitor turret here. Epic Champion and 17 though have found each other on the side though. 17 will be able to just dash out and be a-okay. Hasm looking for another stun. We'll find it on Epic Champion here. 17. Finds the neck, finds the charm. That is a 3-man charm. The Fear Flying Through is already down. Epic Champion and Xernean are down. Gamma have found the team fight, and I believe Gamma have found the win. Gamma are working on these next turrets, and Gamma will claim game 5 and will take themselves to the Thursday conference finals. Spam the tent, spam the emotes. Another easy set for Dorado Gaming Gamma. They are in the Thursday conference finals, and Glaive Bingus will face IDE in the losers finals.
Yeah, overall, huge last game here from the side of Dorado Gaming Gamma. Obviously, we talked about it many, many times. Being down 2,000 gold, 2 kills very, very early. It definitely looked like it was Glaive Bingus' game to lose. And unfortunately, a couple of unforced errors there with a couple of TPs and a couple of dives allowed, Dorado Gaming Gamma to still be somewhat in the game. And then we saw a couple of those major dragon fights, couple of pretty major mechanical errors ultimately led to a huge Gamma victory here in game number 5, leading them, like you said, all the way to the finals. Obviously, they could very easily play this team again if they are able to kind of make their way through the losers bracket, but definitely a banger of a series.
Absolutely a banger of a series here, Orion. And this time, this game was not just either the bot side of the map, the mid lane, or the top side. It was a complete and total team effort. Everyone did their part. Everyone made sure they had each other's back and were in sync and flow together. They allowed the Ezreal to poke out these members, Rakan and Hasm, going in, charming up, causing so much disarray and confusion that Glaive Bingus did not have time to try and get back into position, try and recoordinate, because you just had so much CC on top of you that by the time you looked around, everyone was either already dead or just retreating because they couldn't fight back. But what a well played series from both sides. I really enjoyed casting this, and I hope all of our viewers did too. With that being said, though, we will take a short break as we prepare for our interview. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back, folks. I'm Brankles, and I'm joined by Carino. Carino, you guys just won a 5-game series, a 5-game banger. How are you guys feeling after that one?
I mean, obviously, we're all feeling great. I think Kush had to go night night because it was already super late for him. But I think after the game, everybody was excited. I think after like the first team fight, everyone was excited because we all kind of knew that after the first couple team fights, it was in the bag.
So, take us through though. I mean, you guys were down 2-1. What was being said behind the scenes, in your guys' chat of like, hey, what do we need to do? Like, take us behind the scenes there.
I think after the games went to 1-1, and I can't remember game two much, but I think it was kind of a stomp. I know game three was definitely a stomp. Honestly, we were kind of a little shaky. I think some people were a little upset because we knew that we could be playing a lot better than how we're. So we kind of just decided, hey, we're better 5v5. We're better at macro. We're just taking bad drafts that are forcing us to get leads in lanes that sometimes don't work out. So we just decided to go back to the basics, get a good 5v5 team fight team, and just play better.
At what point, was I saw in game 4, you guys built up a massive lead. Did you guys feel confident that, hey, we can carry this into game 5? Because both game 4 and game 5, you guys dominated.
Yeah, I mean, after the lead in game 4, we felt pretty confident. We did whiff a couple engages, and we were 13 gold up, but it took us a few minutes longer than it should have to finish the game. And I think that's just like the jitters when you're coming back down from 2-1. You're up. You don't want to lose the game because it's so in your hands. But after that, game 5, was super clean closeout.
Yeah, and next thing I want to ask you about is, it seems so far this summer split with Diamond, with Plat, Dorado organizations, it's down 2-1, you guys backs against the wall, and you pull off clutch performances. With this roster, with Gamma, what can you say about this team that has just been so special for you guys?
Honestly, it's the experience and the personalities. We have some personalities on the team that you know can get a little tilted now and then, but at the end of the day, we always come back. We always recenter ourselves, and we try our best really not to tilt. We play cleanly, and like I said, there's just so much experience on the team. Everybody knows what they should be doing, and if not, we always figure out a way to make sure everybody does.
And what about Glaive Bingus gave you guys the most fits? I know that at the end of the day, you guys still won the series, but what really caused that series to become a 5-game series for you guys?
Um, I don't want to disrespect them and say they play bad, but I think as a team we definitely played suboptimally. And I think that Bingus took advantage of that, right? They played well around our mistakes, and I think that not a lot of teams can catch on that easily. So props to them, but I think overall it was just mostly us not playing as well as we could have.
All right, hey, next question I have for you is, you guys are going to be, you guys are in the driver's seat now, and you're going to be watching the losers finals. What's something that you particularly though, Carino, that you're going to be watching? Are you going to be watching the lane that you normally play, or are you going to just try to watch what they do macro, for both teams?
I think when we scout teams, it's always about the macro. Laning, we're not really worried about anybody. And that's just because we already know we're like the best laners in our roles for the most part. We're definitely top two, if not like the best at our roles. So laning is not really important. It's all about the macro and their draft. If we can look at their drafts and be like, yeah, they're bad at drafting, then we know we're gonna win. And like I said, I'm not really too worried.
All right, hey, just a couple more questions for you though, and at the end of the day, this is a Dorado team, and your organization's been very successful. What can you say about the organization as a whole that has supported you guys throughout this, and this Gamma squad is been playing really well?
I think all of our Dorado sister teams know this, but it's the management for the most part, and it's the coaches. It's super simple to just check the schedule at the beginning of the week, and management has already laid out 3 scrims for the week. This time, be there against this team, and you just show up and you play. And then when you play bad, the coaches are there to help you out, and they're there to point out your mistakes. And I think that's a really good thing about Dorado is all the other orgs are usually disorganized. It's kind of like here's the league you're playing in, go figure it out. But I mean, not with Dorado. They cover everything.
All right. Well, just a few more questions for you, man. And what was your favorite part about this series? Was it the fact that you guys turned around game 4 and game 5, or what was to you like your favorite moment?
Um, yeah, I mean, it has to be the game 5, right? Because you're coming off of a win, and you're coming into this game 5, and you're shaky. We're down like a kill or two, but then it just clicks, and we win like 3 to 14 fights in a row, and it's GG. And I think that feels the best because that not only showed that we were down 2-1, we were going to lose, but we recentered ourselves, and through resiliency, we stomped game 4 and 5.
Right. I know that a lot of people in the chat, supporting you guys through Twitch chat and whatnot, but what can you say about, the people that have been hating on Dorado and you guys turn around and, you're shutting up your haters?
I mean, just like I said in the article earlier this season, they hate us because they're not us, right? They hate Dorado because they're always winning everything. They have the best team, the best players. We have some interesting personalities as well. We're not all one dimensional. We got some crazy people. We've got some very introverted people. We've got everyone, and I think the whole community, everyone loves each other as well. And so when people say, "Oh, the paratroopers are coming in," "Oh, I talked bad about this guy, now all the Dorados going to show up," they're not showing up because like it's Dorado, we got to defend each other. They're showing up because they're friends. We all love each other. We all hang out. So I mean, Dorado's the best.
All right. Well, Carino, final question I have for you is that I know I see it in the chat. What's it like being the most wholesome member of Dorado so far?
I mean, it's okay. I don't like to talk too much mess unless someone talks mess about me. So, I mean, if I'm the most wholesome, then I guess that's kind of messed up.
All right. Well, Reno, thank you so much. And everyone, we're actually going to kick to the reaction video. Ludi, I know that we have that sent to you. So let's take a look on the reactions for Thursday's round 4.
And his name is John C.
Mac and cheese is disgusting, revolting, gross, boring, and bland.
Almighty push.
Congrats.
Thanks.
All right, bye.
Alrighty. Well, Orion, that was a hell of a game and a pretty cool interview if you ask me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Frank Gonzalez does a really good job. It's kind of like, he is the content guy for a reason, right? The guy is like a legit, an actual, news
Real
reporter.
reporter here.
Yeah, like a real reporter. The guy actually is for like a legitimate living. So yeah, it's pretty obvious, right? The guy is really good at what he does. So, but yeah, overall banger of a series. And I feel like a lot of people maybe not have expected. I mean, I will say for you expected, the overall, team to come through. Like you expected Glaive to end up winning the series. I overall expected, Gamma to end up winning this series. So maybe there was some back and forth thoughts, but it seemed to me like, Gamma was the overall, better performing team coming
I
into
will
this.
say, Orion, you did change your opinion though at game 4.
I did, because ultimately, like he said, Gamma, they weren't particularly playing that well, and it kind of showed. But at the same time, though, if they're not particularly playing all that well and they still kind of dominate those couple of games, I mean, like, what can you expect for when they have a really good night? Exactly,
Mhm.
right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, I do want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I hope you enjoyed the series. It was quite a fun and magnificent one. Once again, so next week we will be here, same time, same place. It will be our losers bracket finals. As we are down to only 4 teams now remaining. So on Wednesday, the 28th, it will be CB Rush against Omega Gaming. Winner of that goes on to face Dorado Gaming Omega. And on the following day, it will be ID Eclipse against Glaive Bingus. A rematch, actually, of our round 2 matchup where Glaive Bingus defeated ID Eclipse 3-2. So we'll see if that can be the case once again. And of course, the winner of that will once again face Dorado Gaming Gamma in that conference finals. And then, of course, Winner of that goes on to the grand finals. The dog v dog finals is that much closer. It's just one game away. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and wind down for the night. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we hope you enjoyed it. Stay safe, be dangerous, and have fun as always. Peace.